much out of you, and then they will penalize you. So you can see that there are some risks involved. But one I must say, because I have to say this as a researcher, is that these kinds of extreme actions that take place are very rare because people are made aware what the consequences are. They will tell you that if you steal the money of the group, we are going to ice pick you. We are going to cause major harm to you because you have stolen the resources and the livelihood savings of a group of people which is built on trust, and they don't play around. So there are some groups that will be that intense, and other groups will tell you, we will just tolerate them and make them think we like them until they give us all the money late, and then we will make sure that no one participates with them again to teach them a lesson. So you see what I mean? Like there are downsides to these groups. So actually, Vanessa, I had a focus group where I invited banker ladies who had tragedies with these Rosca groups, because you have to understand that in these settings where people have been so alienated, it was very hard for them to tell me anything negative about these systems because they didn't want to tarnish it because they're already experiencing some sort of stigmatization. So they're very defensive of these systems, okay? Because it's the only system they have. But eventually, with time, I was able to have a focus group, and I had a packed house. Like no one does a focus group with 50 people, you know? But by the end of it, I asked them, okay, I heard all these traumas. Almost every hand went back up that they participate in these systems. And I was like, look at that. You have all these problems, these dramatic stories that you tell me, but you still participate in this. Why? And again, it speaks to this kind of, they questioned the leadership of the banker lady. They questioned her policies. They questioned the group dynamic, maybe not as disciplined, not taking care of the resources. And so that was really interesting to hear that in spite of any kind of risk, because these systems had some sort of cultural or social significance, that it really did override the risks that they saw involved because they look at what they live in day to day and it paled in comparison. I hope I answered that. Like there's so many different downsides, and I have them, I have a sheet. I can always send it to you of it, but my paper is a mess right now. But yeah, I hope that gave you some idea of downsides.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm not looking in the question section, so I'm happy. Thank you, Vanessa, for asking that. Everyone's saying it's great. I hope Christabel didn't tell you to tell me that it was all great. It's a big mess still. I'm still working through this. Oh, there's a question. How were you able to get in touch with the interviewees, and how was each interview process conducted? Oh, that's a good question. Okay, Elo. Sylvester. So this varied. Mostly in the Caribbean, this was through, I started working in something called microfinance when I was doing my doctoral work. And as I started working in this professionalized system, I would go through commercial and various types of financial providers. But then I started stumbling on people who wouldn't take a microfinance loan, but they were business people. And so then I would ask them, well, how do you get your money? And then they would talk about these indigenous systems. Even those clients that microfinance banks referred me to will then redirect me to other people who either did participate or didn't participate. And so I started to get really interested in those who wouldn't participate in more formalized systems. And so a lot of it is snowballing, Sylvester. I would also I would hire assistants from the local communities, because we're talking money and we're talking, it's particularly in Canada, was incredibly difficult. I'm very grounded in my community. I know a lot of these communities that these women are working in because I live parts of my life in various of these communities, so I'm familiar. But these, it's very tough. So I'd go through community leaders, but oftentimes I would hire students who come from these communities. Somalis, Caribbean students, York students. My York students who are here can attest that we come from everywhere. And so they come from a number of the communities I work in. And so they were able to tap into a number of banker ladies, and often word of mouth. I would go through mosques, churches, temples, all kinds of places to kind of advertise the same kind of structure in Montreal. I always work through local community-based assistance, research assistance, that kind of thing to guide me. I know the community leaders, but I also wanted to triangulate and make sure I was meeting a cross section of banker ladies. Good question. I haven't thought about that kind of question in a while because it's been 3 years since I've been trying to unpack that data. Yes, Suleiman.
Like you did a couple, like your research was like for a couple of years, and like during that period, did you ever like think of giving up or something? Just
Yeah. Okay, wasn't it a couple of years? Like if I tell you, it'll be 11 years I've been working on this book. I'm like, and now the pandemic has happened. It should have been done a year or maybe 2 years ago, and then the pandemic happened, and I'm thinking about my theory and my ideas and the ways that I'm analyzing all this data in very different ways. So yes, Suleiman, every day I think about quitting this banker lady book, but I know I have to get it done. Like, my book was supposed to come out before the film. Like, the film beat my book. Even my artist working on the book cover is like, my book cover's done. And so I need to get the book done. It's been sort of, it's this thing that doesn't seem to want to get out of me. And so it's not even the field work. The field work was amazing, Sullivan. Like if I can tell you as grad students, I'm assuming many of you are grad students, the field work is the best part of being a student or doctoral student. But it's the unpacking of that data and trying to figure out how to theorize in a way that honors the kind of analysis we're doing. And literally, I stopped Suleiman with my interviews in 2018, 2017, early 2018, and I have just been going through the data. So going through 440, people are like, what are you doing? But it actually does take a long time to go through qualitative data. I know it sounds crazy, but yeah, every day I want to quit this.
Don't worry. Good luck with your stuff. Don't quit.
Oh, thank you, Sullivan. So now you know why I'm cranky when I come to class some days.
I understand.
That's a good question. I guess no one's asking me. Let me see if I can find anything else.
Some questions are there in the chat box. Should I read it out?
Or tell me the timestamp because I am really bad. We probably have different timestamps, so that probably doesn't work.
That's why I'm not looking into that. Shreya, would you like to ask it directly? Shreya, are you there?
No, he probably wants you to ask.
Okay, come on, Shreya.
Ma'am, good day, ma'am. Myself, Shreya. Ma'am, first of all, thank you so much for the informative session you have, and it was highly informative considering that I am new to the topic being discussed here. So my query is that if the social economy you were saying as it is more inclusive and all, if the social economy is trying to come up as an alternative social and economic order against the already existing and much criticized capitalism and communism, how much equipped it is to do so?
Sorry, what was the last part? How much what?
Excuse me, ma'am?
What was the last part of your question?
Ma'am, I was asking if the social economy you were speaking of is trying to come up as an alternative to the already existing social and economic orders, that is communism and capitalism, how much equipped it is to do so.
How will they be able, so how does the social economy um, uh, become sort of like this key sector when you're thinking about sort of these binaries of them? Do I understand your question correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was asking the same thing. I was asking the exact same
Okay.
thing because you was saying that it is more
Yes.
inclusive and it is more diverse as it is including more diverse sections, more communities, their indigenous culture and all. So I hope that it will be more representative of the world, and it should. I believe it should, as I have understand from this lecture, I believe that it should come up as a major economic and social order, a world order. So, how much it is equipped to do away with this already existing social and economic order? That
Yeah,
was
I
my
think that's a really good question. You should do a PhD on that. That's amazing. I can't answer that question in its entirety. I wish I could. You should come and study here, or we should go and figure out how to study that question. But that idea that the social economy is something that is new is a myth. The social economy, the solidarity economy, actually predates these man-made systems, right? I urge you to look at ideas of Karl Polanyi. He was writing about sort of critiquing industrialization. But what was important about he has this idea called the double movement. And the double movement is this idea that there has always been forms of protest against organized or, constructed man-made systems of capitalism and, and the state. So the social economy is the oldest system of the three sectors that make up our economy. But for some reason, Shara, it has been kind of marginalized, seen as a sort of an appendage, that's something that the state or private sector can interfere with when they like. But it's actually the people's sector, right? Some people refer to it as the citizen sector. That's where civil society resides, right? So how do we then look at the civil society, or how do we rethink what solidarity and the social economy looks like? And I think the state of Kerala has done an excellent job in really creating space for chit funds, for cooperatives. And if I heard Christabel's colleagues from yesterday, they really made it clear that Professor Gopinash spoke about, we had to really figure out how biased legislation is against cooperative systems because we're so focused on a shareholder commercial model. So it's not going to be easy, Shara, is the short answer of it, is that anything that people want to fund, constructs of how to do social services, how to do philanthropy, how to do the economy in general. You heard Dr. Mori talk about sort of the manipulation of how philanthropy operates in diverse cultural context, and it's deliberate in its design, right? And so that's the piece of work, like that's the struggle.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
But
Thanks a lot.
please study that topic. That's a great question. I'm
Thank
impressed.
you so much. Thank you.
Professor,
Yes, Azim.
when talking about Polanyi's double movement, right? Then if we were to apply it to our own system, capitalism, as we know now, would be the main system, and the second anti-movement, that the second movement of the double movement would be organizations like co-ops, mutual aid organizations, and all these different organizations that kind of are, kind of like, things that kind of hold things together when capitalism, breaks them apart, especially among certain communities.
That's
So
right.
what do you think about, this double movement and Karl Polanyi's impact on understanding social economy?
Yeah, and I think, you have to remember, that's a good question, Azim. I don't know how many people know of Karl Polanyi, but he wrote this book called The Great Transformation. And it's a book from the 1940s. He was witnessing, he was trying to understand how England's industrialization system was operating, how was, civil society adjusting to more mechanized forms of business that made lots of ordinary people redundant and made them and virtually turned parts of the UK into factory workers. It also was a moment where, for those of you who study cooperatives, know that there's a lot of throwback to Northern England with the, the Rochdale principles. That is sort of the founding principles of the ICA, the International Cooperative Alliance. But what Karl Polanyi was speaking about in that specific cultural context in the UK more generally, but Europe on the whole, was questioning whether, industrialization is the response, like this man-made concept of capitalism has been really human life. It would distort human life, and that really something that we created to better humanity was now taking a back seat. He called it that human life would be submerged into the capitalist or corporate mentality, right? I mean, that's what he was writing about in the 1940s. And you have to remember, if you go to Karl Polanyi's early works, I don't know if we do that at York, but he actually is a student of the Dahomey Kingdom, Karl Polanyi. And he studied these Beninese systems, ancient systems, in which the market played a very vital role to the Dahomey people which is now today Benin, but realized that the markets were subservient to human life, that we only engaged in market systems to further our own well-being, and it was social status that actually mattered. And so when he was analyzing the European, quote unquote, I'm saying this, destruction and the imposition of capitalism, what he was critiquing and he was borrowing on were these African examples of how we use market to organize a well-heated society that is really thinking about human needs above for profit, okay? I do think that Karl Polanyi's double movement concept has a role for anyone who's thinking about studying the social economy. But remember that he's studying it in a very European sort of context. But when you remember that a lot of his ideas come out of the Dahomey, then I kind of like Karl Polanyi in that respect, right? Like he's starting to then think about an African expertise and critiquing the industrialized movement because he was witnessing people, cooperatives, coming to the fore, like the Rochdale weavers that I just mentioned, who created the founding principles of cooperatives. And what he's saying is that the double movement will run alongside of any sort of capitalist system to question the ways in which human life was being disturbed. And I think The Great Transformation is a classic text, and people should get their heads into it. It's great. You can probably get a free copy online because it's so old. It's, from the 1940s. But anyways, thank you, Azim. You always ask fantastic questions. Thank you.
Oh, actually, I asked one question in the chat box, Carolyn.
Okay.
But I'll just ask you to your face. Sorry. So these informal financial mechanisms or ROSCAs all are localized. Okay, all are localized to a particular locality. It has those mechanisms will have its own informal kind of things, and it is based on some traditions, some customs. So that is what we observe in our part of the country. because that
Uh-huh.
will be some mutual trust will be there with the base, and there won't be any formalization, and that is working in a very, very local area. So once these formal financial institutions come, naturally the business comes into the picture. So, and they look for very big kind of institutions, organizations. So naturally the chit funds, that kind of informal kind of groups, they become corporatized. That becomes the scale business was the aim or the target of that kind of people who are working behind that. And I always feel that in 1990s, when Grameen Bank started by Mohammed Yunus, he also started in a small village in Chittagong. Then it has become a huge movement sweeping across the country of Bangladesh. And we also experienced the same thing in Kerala. We started this self-help group as an experimental program as part of People's Plan program, which started in 1995. And that self-help group movement has been taken up by the government as a poverty alleviation program, and it has become a huge program, and it is named as Kudumbashri. Okay, so what as an economist, I'm always concerned about all those things. We are discussing this informal kind of very localized kind of financial systems in one hand, and we are promoting very big or the business which involve what we call the scale business. Because when it is in a very small area or in a very localized area, naturally the scale business won't work. Okay, so we are very much interested in scale business rather than localized business, or the needs of the local people be catered using that informal financial systems. So yet another major criticism leveled against this kind of informal financial system is that of sustainability. How long it will sustain? So after, if the trust breaks down, there is no regulatory framework or legal framework to protect this system or the money of poor people. So in states like Kerala, especially, there is a huge public action took place, and the government started formalizing the chit funds, the couriers, all the informal kind of financial mechanisms, so that they are very much concerned about the money of the poor people. So that is yet another cry from the part of the people. It's not the government who came and took away all those things. It is not like that. The people only demanded that their money are getting lost because of losing the trust, and somebody is cheating. So the government comes into the picture, and they act as a godfather, or they take all the reins of that financial systems. So these are the concerns when we study the informal financial systems in places in places like Kerala, especially in the global south. So what is your take on it? Thank you.
Christabel always asks me the most impossible questions, so my students will see me fail and flounder asking this question. Christabel, everyone knows you here, by the way, because you did that video on Kudumbashri. So you all realize that this is Christabel that you watched on your Moodle platform, right? Okay.
Thank you.
So because now they know who you are, because they read your Kudumbashri article as well, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh yes. Okay. So Christabel, that's part of the reason why I wanted to come to Kerala, and I was so grateful when professors Ibrahim and Vashri agreed and invited me to give a talk, and I stayed in Kerala for some time, as you know, with you, speaking about these systems. So part of why I wanted to be in Kerala was because I was aware of the commitment, particularly from the grassroots level, to implicate the state and hold them accountable to be thinking about the legalities of these systems to protect consumers. And that's something that we spoke about, right? Like initially I was really keen on your work about looking at that, because that was something that in my context wasn't something that was possible. So what we understand, and I hope everyone will walk away is that the Indian cultural context is completely different from the Black and African diaspora context in which I study these systems, right? You can see that all kinds of inequities and exclusion and violence is taking place against people of African descent. So the notion that Black people in the Canadian context, in Toronto or Montreal, would feel comfortable enough to ask the state to assist them because of the risks associated by informal institutions is something for debate. I did try to provoke that debate in 2018, and I thought the banker ladies were going to riot against the Ghanaian who came to them with a lot of the concerns that you brought here today to me, which are, concerns about people absconding with their life savings, concerns about the fraud that can transpire in these informal systems. And when he spoke about the Ghanaian system, not only as a protection of the users, he was also making the case that once you formalize these systems, then people can make a sort of an honest living, right? But truth be told is that the banker ladies, at least a good third of them that were in that room that night, were extremely vocal in opposition of formality of their Rosca system because of the atrocities being lodged against them for participating in these civic sort of collective institutions. They have no trust with authorities, so they will take their risks. We're not there yet in the cultural context. Perhaps if the state is able to repair the pain and suffering that they do through the Black community, then maybe they will trust them enough to invite them to regulate and to recognize. We're at the stage of educating. Can you imagine? I'm at the stage of educating the Canadian public that these systems belong in the social economy. Because it seems as though anything that Black people do in the Canadian context, in Toronto or Montreal, specifically Black women, they are seen with suspicion. As I told you, there's a lot of negativity and stigmatization. They are not seen as a form of quote unquote self-help. They're actually seen as something that's derogatory and criminal that they're engaging in. So we're at the stage, Christabel, of trying to, I'm trying to educate in a very slow and careful manner without disrupting or causing more pain to a community that has been in hiding with these systems. Like my parents came 50 years ago to Canada via the US, via New York, and they have been using these systems. I have little old ladies who came to Canada who are now retired in old homes, and they read my stuff because I write in these Caribbean papers. They're like 80 something. They came as nurses back in the day before my parents came. And they have been doing these systems for 60, 70 years in Montreal. So these systems they're not new. For as long as Black people have been coming to Canada, the African Americans came on the Underground Railroad. I'm sure many of you heard of that. The Underground Railroad is a cooperative system. And when the refugees arrived in Canada, they organized these systems called true bands. So not only do you have to be an immigrant participating in this, we have generations of Black Canadians who originated from the US via various like movements of the Underground Railroad that use the system called true bands. Historians have documented this. I mean, this is really important to understand, but still we're in denial in our country that these systems actually contribute to civil society. Do you see what I mean? So the idea of risk is still very much prevalent, and there have been scandals that have taken place, and these women have no recourse. But because of the atrocities that happen to them, community right now is very important. These tend to be very localized systems. But I say that and I kind of hesitate because there are banker ladies in Toronto that are part of a banking, a cooperative or mutual aid or Rosca from their home country. Haitians do that all the time. So do Jamaicans. They will be living in one country, but they participated in another country. So you can see the kind of transnational aspect that is happening to these systems. But what I can say with some surety based on my findings is that there is a debate. There is some contestation between the banker ladies whether to formalize. I have a younger generation who are really into fintech. Do people know what fintech is?
Yes.
Okay. The younger generation who are like second generation Caribbean or African, those who are Muslim, Black Muslims who don't participate in formal finance, they are participating in they want formalized Rosca systems, the kinds that you're talking about, Christabel, because they're thinking about scaling up. They're
Yes.
thinking about regulation. They're
Yes.
thinking about putting a down payment on a house.
Yes.
So they want to use these systems in a very, I don't know, major way. Okay. So there is that subset. And I would say that's another 30% of my group. But you can see that it's a very divided. And then there's a whole group of them that are like, we don't know. I don't know if I want to formalize. Maybe I want to formalize. I wanted something neat for my book. I wanted to say, like, look, 80% of banker ladies want to formalize, get the state together, let's create this. But I'm not finding that neatness in my research, actually. There is a standoff. Don't know, don't want to know. And then there's like, yes, formalize, fintech, commercialize it, make it regulated. Let's get livelihoods on. Let's change the system. And then there are those that are like, no, they abuse us, they beat us, and they kill us. I don't want to participate with them. So you see how messy it is? Do you see the context? It's messy. I'm sorry.
There are 2 more questions in the chat box. Shall I read it for you?
Yes, please, because I feel.
Oh, fine. I'm sorry. One is from Vinci Lee. She's telling something about, thank you for sharing your research. You suggest that states should work with ROSCA participants and learn and invest in such systems. Is there a risk of co-optation as capitalism is prone to do? If so, how would you suggest safeguarding against that possibility?
Oh, Vinci Lee, that's a good question. And I think there is a subsect of my banker ladies that totally would agree with that because they don't trust the state. They believe that what they'll try to do is corporatize it. I keep telling them that maybe commercial, because right now, cooperatives and credit unions are not even thinking about these women. They're not even thinking about including or opening up the definition of cooperatives to count them. You know, I recently wrote a paper questioning the inclusivity of cooperatives in Canadian society. I have not received any love for writing that paper. I will post it on Twitter because it's open access. But a lot of people in the cooperative movement are somewhat disturbed that I'm airing the dirty laundry. But the problem is that the cooperative system in Canada, for example, have a huge opportunity, Vinci, to look at these systems as something that is, you know, a part of a cooperative movement. But right now, I think if there's a formalized partner, I would like to see it be within the cooperative realm of things like credit unions, but they're not even thinking about these people. They're too busy trying to think of how they can make them their members without recognizing that these groups have their own kinds of entity. They're not a primitive or underdeveloped cooperative. Like Christabel writes about, like I write about, like so many people write about, these are institutions that are mutual aid, money pooling, Rosca systems that have been here for thousands of years and that will exist whether we have capitalist systems or not. But you're right, Vinci. That is like such a super smart question. It's like, won't these capitalist systems, really try to co-opt them if they try to formalize? And that's what we found in Ghana, that when the state regulates them, that they kind of become a little business. And some banker ladies, at least from what I was learning in the Ghana context, that's why so much of it can't be formalized because you know, if you question the intention of the state or the commercial institutions, why would you want to sort of be part of that if it hasn't been very useful to you? Does that make any sense to you, Vinci?
Yeah, it does. I think that's. I think the previous question that you had you were answering from Dr. Christabel was similar. This idea that
Yeah.
is maybe for some people it's not a desirable path.
Yeah,
So
that's
thank
right.
you.
And that's why, you know, the cultural context does matter. Like I mean, Christabel, you can answer this, but she can talk to you about how in the Kerala context, it actually does make sense for them to do that because but you know, sorry. I hear. Is he asking me?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so,
one more question is there. Can I ask? Siddiq? Siddiq, can you make a quick comment, or shall I read out the question? Siddiq? Siddiq Rabiat?
Yes, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
Siddiq.
Can you please make a quick comment so that?
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting way of putting it up, because we are, in fact, had a sort of an exposure which was quite unlikely for economists. So we believe still, and we teach still, the mechanical rationality, and everything would be done by the individual and their self-interest. So now all the 2 days, especially yesterday and today, we had an impression, which is, of course, people are doing it, but still in our department, that is maybe a few attempts, in fact, we made. So that is, in fact, opens a new horizon for students to go beyond, and they can believe that there is a possibility, which is having a concrete, understanding as well as a theoretical base, which talks about the trust and, social ties, which in fact make people to work as well as move their life ahead, than simply believing only the best individual or the homo economicus can only do things better. So
Yeah.
this whole exercise of yesterday, today, and all, in fact, gives us an insight. And indeed, your presentation, in that sense, makes a bit more opening towards our student in that line. So we in Kerala also, we do have definitely attempts like especially the works like Kudumbashri, basically community organizations work, self-help groups work, and other things, especially then the informal economy, largely by the rural segments, which is in fact plays. And Christabel had written something about it. And there are many people of my friend circle had worked on that aspect, especially the social economy part. And so all of this is, in fact, opens a non-economic, I mean, the mainstream non-economic perspective of the social operation or individual's operation in that sense. So it is, in fact, gives a nice insight to see things, beyond the mechanical individual and their rationality only drive everything. But it was, in fact, a flawed argument, though, because in the institutional economics and other aspect, whatever rationality we do talk about is itself is entangled with the very idea of Adam Smith's moral sentiments, because unless you have the moral sentiments, you cannot act independently as a self-oriented profit maximizing individual. So the very beginning of the very economics, that is the modern economics or whatever we talk, is in fact had a preceding volume which is on moral sentiments, which was written by Adam Smith. Do talk about the sentiments. Sentiments makes, ties makes, or the morality makes people work, people act, rather than simply looking into themselves. So in that sense, these recent works and all is, in fact, recollecting all this fact. And of course your work is also do speak about the importance of such collective and other aspects, especially how the black economy or sociality works in that sense. So thank you so much for actually making this a wonderful presentation. And indeed, I am also thanking Christabel to organize for our students. In fact, the larger beneficiary of the whole program is our students. So I am so thankful to both the presenter as well as the organizer in that sense. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Prof. Is it Rabia?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor. Please join the Association of Social Economics. I'm a part of the international, I'm going to be on the board for the International Association of Feminist Economics. I don't know if you are part of any of these heterodox kind of economic associations. We're definitely thinking about these ideas as political economists that sort of meet at the intersection of economics and politics, particularly when we're concerned about identities. These ROSCA systems that I'm talking about are often the only financial lifeline that people have. Sorry, there's someone trying to get on. Okay. Yeah, please join the conversation with IAFI or the Association of Social Economics. If you're working in this area, I think maybe you presented that I couldn't come, but I really want to see what you're doing because I would like to be a part of that. So if there are ways that we can, work together, please count me in. I'm really
Thank you for your generous invitation, in fact. But I'm working on it. In fact, I have a center. This is actually on alternative economics, the Center for Alternative Economics.
And join CERN, the Community Economies Research Network. We can make you a member. Christabel is already a member of it. So please come join us. Make trouble.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question. Can I read it out? Is it okay?
Yeah, please.
It's a question from Ramaswamy. How far the local people will manage and do know the nuances of technicalities like cheating among themselves, rules and regulations without any problems to them?
Yeah. That is that's a hard question. Like, yeah, there are, risks involved when people engage in informal collective systems. There can be risks. There can be sort of a system where people are not disciplined, right? But again, I did talk about the downsides, if you remember, Ramasamy, that they do exist. But, we have to remember in certain people are completely isolated and denied or humiliated. They know that there's a real violence in the general society against them. Particularly, you all watch the news, right? So you know that America and Canada are not free of violence and hatred towards people of African descent. This is not a story I'm telling you. There's actually data and statistics to back up what I'm saying, right? So I think that when people live in that kind of context, the idea of a ROSCA becomes so almost, I'm going to say this, but, be careful saying it. It's almost like it's a sacred group. When you live in a society where there's a lot of trauma, the mutual aid, that collective where people have to come together because they have a commonality, that could be fear, that could be exclusion, the deepest forms of exclusion. This kind of collective then becomes a place where they bear witness to the atrocities, but it is also a way for them to lift each other up. And so we have a saying in the Caribbean among Black people in general, lift as we climb. And that basically means as one gets better, we lift the next one up, because when we're all up there, we're all going to succeed. It's this idea, I don't know how many of you like Bob Marley. I'm huge into Bob Marley. So he has this song called Redemption. Please listen to it, because he has this refrain in it. called, we have to free our minds from mental slavery. And what I liken that to this idea of the Rosca system for people who've been historically oppressed, that the Rosca system, where they are saving from within, is one way to combat the inequities that exist in life. I hope that answers a very important question that you're asking me.
Okay, I think the questions are exhausted. Some words of appreciation for Professor Caroline is there in the chat box. I think it's very long, because in US and Canada it's about 1 a.m. Early morning, and we are enjoying the sunny daylight over here. So I think we can wind up the session. We will do one thing. We are going to play a video.
So I have a request for you. Is it possible for me to get? You can send it to me, because I would like to keep in touch with people, or they can contact me on Twitter. I had no time to read all of these wonderful comments.
Okay, that I'll collect and send it to you. So
one of my students might save it. One of my students are awesome. They're always awesome.
They are there. So is it fine? We use your video for this? We can. Shall we play the video, that Bangladesh lady, after you leave? Because we have a.
Of course, you can play it if you have time to play it.
Yes.
And if people have questions, they're more than welcome to contact me. I'm on Twitter, and they can contact me by email. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm going to release my students. My students are watching this next week, so they don't have to stick around and watch it.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. So I invite Ria to deliver a formal vote of thanks. My student, she will say something on this session, and I invite Ria for that.
Okay. Hi, Rhea.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, greetings to everyone. I'm taking this great opportunity to thank our Honorable Resource Person, Dr. Caroline Shanaz Hussain, Associate Professor, Business and Society, Department of Social Science, York University, Toronto, Canada, for the enriching session. It was very inspiring to hear a person whose work is concentrated in the Black social economy, concerning the ways in which people of African descent engage in economic systems. She gave a clear insight on the exclusion faced by Black people and violation of their human rights, and also the role of informal cooperative institutions, mutual aid, ROSCAs, in building up a strong Black social economy. The ways how Black people in African diaspora are opting out of exclusionary financial systems and upholding solidarity systems were encouraging and thought-provoking. I welcome her expectation about world to move into a humanized economy. It was indeed a good session. Thank you very much, Dr. Caroline. And also I extend my special thanks to Dr. Christabel PJ, the organizing secretary, also the organizing committee, teachers and whole audience for their support and active participation. On this note, we end this session and moving to the next session on social economy intricacies and nuances by Dr. Bushra Begum, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. So stay tuned. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rhea. Very generous.
Thank you, Ria. Thank you.
Awesome.
So I think we are going to leave for the time being. We will meet again shortly, maybe virtually or physically. So with your permission, I'm playing your video on Bengal ladies, because we have 20 minutes, exact 20 minutes for doing it. The next session will start by 12 a.m. 12 p.m. in India. Thank you for your nice words and cooperation. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
those
Bye.
who, bye. Bye.
Written on a check by Francine Fleur, a Haitian Canadian living here in Toronto, went to his local Scotia Bank in Scarborough Town Centre, walks into the bank to make a deposit of about $9,000, written on a check by Remax. The teller in broad daylight gets suspicious. She delays him, then someone moves him into a separate room, the front rooms. Manager comes, and before long, the police are on site. They handcuff him, and they take him to the station to charge him on the belief that he has a fraudulent check. It turns out the check was legitimate, so he made actually extra money from selling his house, and the check that he was depositing was from the realtor from the sale. Turns out it was all legitimate. He had been a customer at Scotiabank for 10 years. Scotiabank issues an apology and that they will waive his fees for a couple of years.
Our own home with our own yard, and no one could shoo us away because we would have a right to be there. So the Susu savings was used to get a down payment for our first home. That was really my first memory of how the susu impacted our lives economically. And from there, my mom continued. So when we had to furnish the house, it was susu money, the new bikes, birthdays, school uniforms, and so on. All of those connected to those strategic decisions as to how to that pooled resource of community funds would be used to benefit or to advance the goals of our family. It's probably in my mid-20s, I started to run a susu, my own, with the women that I worked with and with some of my girlfriends in the community. 10 women, and we ran it over 20 weeks, and it was $100 per hand. And so you would get $1,000 for your hand. And I would send out information with all of the dates, or I would call people and say, these are the dates, and what date would you like? And they would give me a first and second choice, and then I would put their name beside their first choice if it was available, and their second choice if not. And then I would call and try to renegotiate based on, people might tell me, oh no, I really need it on the 20th of April because my daughter is graduating, or first communion, or whatever was going on in their lives. It eventually came to an end after I had my second child, because it became a little bit too much for me to administer that and also cope with being the mother of a 5-year-old and an infant. So it was dormant for quite some time, but people keep asking me, are we going to do it again? Are we going to do it again? So now that son is about 12 years old, and I just started it again. And this time we're using email transfers. So it's constantly evolving. So from cash that my grandmother and mom used to a check system where we actually didn't even meet with each other, to now, I guess, even a further removed process, because we have one person participating from Trinidad, and then we have Mississauga, Durham, Simcoe County, Scarborough, and the chances of us actually meeting as a group of people doing it, and we have one man in it this time. As women, as mothers, there's very little that I do for myself. And so when I look at my budget, and when I look at, you know, the demands of life, I don't necessarily say, okay, I'm going to put aside this for me. It's harder to do because your life is about, to a large extent, making the other people around you feel happy. Not that that doesn't bring you great happiness in and of itself, so I'm not complaining. But I am saying that with the susu, sometimes it's, you know, I would buy myself a little something with part of that money, even though, and I don't feel as, I guess, guilty, or I feel like it's an okay thing to do because I sacrifice to get to that point so that I can have that money to do whatever I want with. So it's I think for many reasons it's a freeing thing. I timed my susu hand to land April 20th. It's about a week before my birthday. It was the closest hand I could get to my birthday. And then I conveniently found a car on the 26th of April and celebrated my birthday on the 27th. So it ended up being a susu birthday gift to myself. Kind of a move there, yeah. So there's something about the dynamic of having a commitment to a group to do this savings process. It's different when, because you could say, okay, I'm just going to put aside $100, you know, every 20 weeks for myself, and then, you know, I'd have this money. But the idea of doing it with a group of women, and sometimes people do tell me what they're going to do, so it's an interesting social event as well, to be able to say, this is what I did with my susu money, or this is what I'm going to do with my susu money. So I think there are many things about it. We're social people. It's part of the human, it's the way we interact, and so on. So I think wanting to talk about it, wanting to participate in something that's part of something bigger than yourself, and setting your own goals and reaching them, it's reassuring, it's fulfilling, and so on. And really, you're doing it.
The Antigonish movement had catalysts. They had these two Catholic priests working from a social justice platform to engage fisher folk on the idea of collectivity through a series of kitchen table meetings. How can we do business and reorganize ourselves along a new model that is more engaged, collective, democratic, and lateral?
That's why I don't want to take interest. I don't want to take credit line. No, but even I don't have a credit. I came to the country. They don't know me. They don't give me the money I'm asking. That's the why. The reason we come in as a group of women is to every month give this one and give that one and give this one until finish. When they finish, we're starting again. That's why it's helping everybody. My husband came in 1989, and in Montreal, then he moved to the Toronto. Then me and my daughter, we came to Toronto 1990, July 7th. But it's a difficult situation when you came here and you never see snow. You never see the food, and you eat the fresh every day. You go to the market and fresh meat, fresh vegetable. You know, here when you came here, it's very tough. And even the house, the taste of the food, it's very tough when I came here. But finally I adopted, because when I have kids, when I have and other my daughter going to school, and you know I learning step by step. But it's not first time jump. But you have to see where you go, what you're talking about. Ayuto means help. Some people they call Hakbet. Some people they call Shalongo. It's many names. Shalongo, Hakbet, Ayuto.
For me, what it was Ayuto was like my mom and like a bunch of aunties that knew, and then how you like go around monthly collect the money, and then from a young age you're kind of taught like drop money off this auntie's house or like count the money for her. So I know how to count bills. My friends are kind of like shocked, like how do you know how to count bills so fast? You gotta learn how to count $1,000 in like 2 seconds, or like a bunch of money in 2 seconds.
We celebrate Eid. Sometimes I want to put Ayuto 200 every month, and I'm taking my Eid before Eid day to buy my kids clothes, shoes, some jewels, some earring. You know, maybe tomorrow, maybe today we have an onion and I don't buy the onion. Okay, put the money here. And today I buy this and I don't want this, and I want to put that $20. It's not going to the grocery shop. It's going to the Ayuto, because one lady is Ayuto keeper. We trusting her. That's why that lady, the mom, is trusting her, collecting money. And when that month finish, she give the lady. And the lady sometimes when you emergency, when I'm traveling emergency, when I have Ayuto, I want to call the lady keeping Ayuto and say, okay, this month I have a problem, I have this, and I need this month, and tell that person, and that month you give this person's emergency. And the lady explained the people taking that Ayuto monthly, and that said that, okay, go ahead.
In the pre-dawn hours, police move in on a complex known simply as Dixon, also known as Little Mogadishu.
They take the money under the mattress. That money is coming from Ayuto. And these people, they don't know. This is the own money laundering, or this is the drug money. We don't sell drug. We are not a money laundering. We are a moms. Those money is coming from Ayuto. Every month, $200. My child taxi, maybe my husband's bill. And then when I turn, I get it maybe 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Maybe this year I'm collecting, maybe I want adding next year, maybe 5,000 money. And those money, police take it, they never bring back. They take it. Those money is coming from Ayuto. And they said, oh, money laundering. No, it's not money laundering, Ayuto money. And I don't know how I explain to police, if those money you got it, bring it back. Because those money is coming from Ayuto money. And this mom, she suffered.
When I was growing up, it's a hard time because my father passed away. My father passed away and my mom had 8 kids. My mom was struggle, we all struggle. The house we live, it's 8 kids with my mom's mother and her father. We have one bedroom and living room. That's how we used to live. Then my mom cannot afford for everybody to go to school. I volunteer for my younger brother. I told her, I say, you know what? You cannot afford for me, afford for my brother. Because back in the days, we look, say, if a boy educates, he will help the family. When my mom starts sick, then I start doing the business. I make peanut butter, take it to the market, and sell. So I paid my mom medication. At the time I joined Osusu, the age of 14. I developed from that until I get married. I have my kids. I still joined Osusu. Came 2004, winter, yeah. Oh, that experience I will never forget. I fall down in the airport. My first arrival, I fall in the airport. It's not easy. Since I've been in this country, I have 7, like I'm telling you, 6 boys and 1 girl. I struggle. Go to food bank, all the way downtown, college. I struggle with my life. I struggle with my boys. I always talk to them. I save my money. I told them, hey, we're not rich, but the money we get, we have to manage and know how to. 2006 or something, that's the time we started the first also in Canada. So we started like a $50. In 2 weeks, we give somebody $50. We start small to know people because we are stranger, all of us. Then by the time we get it, we know each other now. But also, so if you have it in your country, you still bring it. Like you working with your your brain. So when you meet people from your country, you say, oh, remember we used to do it back home. So why don't we do it back? We need this money, we leave our families, our friends, to help them. We're doing it because we all trust to each other. People I know, I know you, you know me, I trust you. Like same like bank. When if you don't trust the bank, you're gonna put your money there. No, you're not gonna put it because you trust the bank. That's why you take your money, you put it there. I'm not doing big business. If I have like $200, $300, $400, I can go somewhere like Chinatown, or if somebody brought a goods, I'll go there and buy. When I buy, I sell to people. I give people, like we call it by day, my month. They will pay me half. I will make out of that 300. Maybe I will make out of 500. I will get the 500. Also, so make you be independent. You'll be a strong woman. Like before we say a woman cannot build a house, everything the men. But if you join Ososo, you strong from there. You can be a police. You can do anything you wanna do. Because why? You believe you're Ososo. You work hard for your money. You pay your contribution. You buy anything you wanna buy. Change your life. You'll be independent, you and your kids. You will not depend on the say, oh, can I work for the man? Oh, can this man do this for me? Oh, I want this man to do for me. You can get up and stand there and do something and push yourself. And the challenge your kids will see you.
Thank you for watching the video, Bengal ladies. Hope you enjoyed it. Then, good afternoon to one and all to the International Webinar Conference on Cooperative Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economic Experience from around the world. Here, we start the technical section with the theme social economy, intricacies and nuances. First of all, I would like to welcome the chairperson of this session, Dr. Bushra Begum, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. She got her PhD in Sociology from the Department of Sociology, University of Kerala in 2008. Before joining into the department, she worked as the research officer of the Kerala State Women's Commission. She has interest in development issues and focus on how development affects the marginalized and vulnerable in the society. Much of her academic and applied work has investigated the experience of displaced, seeking to integrate perspectives from sociology, anthropology, and social work. Completed projects include an evaluation of rehabilitation of displaced in Kerala state and gender analysis of displacement and resettlement. Welcome, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Parvati P., Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government College, Nadapuram. She did her PhD in Kusat, Kochi, and the thesis titled Impact of Sanitary and Phytosanitary Agreement on the Export of Marine Products from India with special reference to Kerala. She has 15 years of teaching experience at various colleges in Kerala. Welcome, ma'am, to this session.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Kavita AC, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government College, Attapadi. She did her PhD in MG University. This is titled An Evaluation of the Performance and Social Capital Formation of Food Processing Micro Enterprises under Cooperatives in Kerala. She has 14 years of teaching experience at various colleges in Kerala. Welcome, ma'am, to this session. Next, I welcome Mr. Mahin Kanu M. He has been working as a higher secondary school teacher in economics for the last 1 year. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome Mr. Siddharth R, first year MA economics student, University of Kerala. He was the title winner of the best economics conducted by Maharajas College, Ernakulam during 2019-20 and best economics runner-up 2018-19 and 19-20 conducted by Farooq College, Calicut. He was an active member in the college theatre in Victoria College, Palakkad, and has won accolades in interzone and university levels. He got MLA award for the academic excellence in 2015 and 2017. Welcome, Siddharth, to this session.
Thank you.
Last but not least, I welcome all the audience in this webinar conference. Now, I hand over this session to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Adulya. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you for coming. Welcome to the conference.
Good afternoon. Okay, Christopher. Good afternoon, all. I know that switching over from a research person talk and a wonderful video to the presentation is very difficult in this time, but I request all of you to keep listening the presentation in the 5th session of the conference. Then it is indeed a great pleasure for me to chair the session on Social and Solidarity Economy International Web Conference. Thank you, Dr. Christopher, for entrusting me for today's job as the chair. In this session, we have 3 papers for presentation about social and solidarity economy. Before that, when we come into today's theme, we all know that what social economy is. There are many organizations working for the welfare of the people and society. The social economy is formed by a rich diversity of enterprises and organizations such as cooperatives, associations, foundations, social enterprises, and institutions. All these share common values and features. These cooperatives and associations provide a general economic or social interest. It always contribute for the development of local regions, tries to work for equal opportunity and gender justice for men and women, general employment, particularly for those who are socially and economically marginalized. In short, it provides prime importance is given for the individual and social needs rather than making profits. We all know that Kerala is unique in several aspects. It has first a divergent path from the rest of India with human development. Kerala made remarkable progress in redistributing land, achieving full literacy and decentralized participatory planning. We have also witnessed people's movement in culture, science, environment, education, labor, and women's movement. Of course, neoliberal policies has brought several challenges in many sectors like agriculture, industry, health, and education. We know that many cooperative agencies are working very well for the social economy. Then, for example, the Uralangal Labor Contract Cooperative Society is one of Kerala's most well-known and successful cooperatives. And another one is that I have heard. Then you all know that the Cooperatives mission that was organized, that was initiated as part of a radical statewide program called the People's Plan Campaign for the Democratic Decentralization. Cooperatives also unites a number of millions of people. Then, if we say the number 4.3 million population, economically disadvantaged women, and it is one of the greatest gender justice and poverty reduction programs in the world itself. Now it is spreading such as many sectors such as textiles, construction, transport, restaurants, handicrafts, and agro processing, and so on. Now it is also selling many products nationally as well as internationally. We have 3 papers here. So when we come into the first paper, it is about role of social and solidarity economy in Kerala's development experience. That is going to present by Dr. Parvati P, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government College, Nadavaram, and Dr. Kavita A.C., Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government College, Attapadi. I welcome both of you to present the paper. Who is going to present the paper, Kavita or Parvati?
It's me, Parvati. Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah. I can hear you. Okay, let us start the presentation. We have 3 paper presentation here in this session. So you can take 15 to 20 minutes for your presentation. So, okay, let us start.
Okay. Can Christabel ma'am share the screen, please, ma'am?
I think Christabel is not there.
Can my
Just a second. Okay. I'm sharing it. Please wait.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, of course I can see. Yeah.
I'm going for the slideshow. Fine.
Okay.
So
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Fine.
Please tell me when the slide has to be changed. Okay. Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Chair Dr. Bushra ma'am, respected teachers and dear participants. First of all, I shall begin with a big thank you to Christabel ma'am, who has given a big opportunity for me and Kavita. Our paper is role of social and solidarity economy in Kerala's development experience. Of course, social and solidarity economy is mooted as an alternative development strategy in order to enhance the well-being of the people. It is based on certain principles like participation, equity, inclusiveness, democracy, etc. It is essentially a people-centric approach. It is meant to empower the vulnerable sections of the society. And the importance of this approach is that it factors in the various dimensions of underdevelopment like gender divide, environmental degradation, and it is also capable of addressing the issues of poverty, hunger, etc. So it has a very potential role to play in pursuing the sustainable development goals or attainment of the various targets prescribed under the sustainable development goals. So that has considerable relevance in Kerala's development experience because Kerala's development experience has been highly acclaimed internationally for the high quality of life that has been enjoyed by the public here. And Kerala has made rapid strides in the fields of public health care and education. And we can also see that Kerala has a very vibrant system of participatory democracy. We have fairly functional local self-government, and also we have more or less egalitarian social fabric. So reckoning all that, we have to consider the development experience of Kerala, and we have to find out which are those institutions that have contributed to the development of Kerala, or which has actually shaped the course of Kerala's development experience. And what we're trying to do in this paper is identify certain institutions and organizations that can be put into the category of social and solidarity economy, and that has made a change in the lives of the people here in Kerala. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, then we are actually discussing theoretical aspects of the idea of solidarity and how does it get manifested in various social institutions. And for that, we have reviewed the work of Neletova et al. And where we are given the perspectives of various sociologists and thinkers. To begin with, we'll discuss the perspective of Auguste Comte, the founder of sociology, where this idea of solidarity was discussed in the context of social statics, where it has to be an essential prerequisite for the maintenance of order and harmony in the society. And Herbert Spencer also talks about the need for social solidarity, which is crucial in the establishment of different types of social institutions, be it home institutions like family, marriage, or it can be in the form of political institutions like government, police, courts, etc. Or it can be in the form of professional institutions like labor unions, merchant guilds, etc. All these social institutions would enable the people to interact with the others and also to cooperate with the society. And of course, the Marxian idea is fairly familiar idea of class solidarity, where it distinguishes between the bourgeois and the proletariat class. The oppressed class happens to be the proletariat, so they must be conscious of their rights and power. Then about the perspective of Taunis, where the idea of solidarity can be based on certain kind of relationships, which can be in the form of personal attachments or emotions. It can be based on kinship, friendships, and neighborhood, or it can be on the basis of external social relationship, where what is actually required is concordance or mutual understanding. Only then the solidarity exists. Then yet another important perspective happens to be the one given by Durkheim, where there is a transition from mechanical solidarity to organic solidarity as you move from traditional simpler societies to the modern industrial societies. In traditional societies, basically you have what is known as mechanical solidarity, where people, there is homogeneized people, they come together, they form groups. But later on, when division of labor becomes much more popular, people tend to go for specialization. There will be a lot of differentiation, but reckoning the interdependence, there is a need for formation of institutions. That is what we observe in the case of modern industrial society. So that organic solidarity is much more important in the present context in our modern industrial societies. Then, of course, the idea of consciousness of kind, that is emphasized by Giddings, that is also equally important. Next slide, ma'am. Then, of course, the perspective of P.A. Sorokin, that is very important in the sense that solidarity is identified as a positive form of interaction in order to eliminate negative social phenomenon. It can be used to eliminate all kinds of that is negativities like war, conflict, inequality, oppression, etc. So that could be relevant in the modern context, where we can make use of the ideal of solidarity and social institutions to eliminate poverty, hunger, and inequality, oppression, such kind of negativities. And the view of person, where the individuals have to be integrated in shared values to meet the needs of the society, is also an important concept of solidarity. And Habermas is of the view that solidarity is the reverse side of justice, where justice concerns itself with equal freedoms of individuals. Solidarity has to give importance to the welfare of the citizens. That is the emphasis that is made by Habermas. So these are some of the theoretical perspectives on the idea of solidarity, and based on that we have several social institutions. Next slide, ma'am. So based on these, we have the concept of social and solidarity economy, and based on the definition, we can include all these kinds of social organizations and institutions in the social and solidarity economy. It includes cooperatives and mutual associations. It includes women's self-help groups, community forestry groups, social provisioning organizations, fair trade organizations, associations of informal sector workers, social enterprises, and alternative finance schemes. All these form a part of social and solidarity economy. Next slide, ma'am. Now what we are trying to do in our paper is we are identifying all those initiatives, institutions in Kerala that are working based on the principles of democracy, participation, inclusiveness, equity, etc. So that they can be aptly referred to as, or they can be categorized as social and solidarity economy initiatives. So they can be critical in attaining the various targets that are prescribed under the Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, we have the SDGs, or the global goals, that was adopted by the UN member states in 2015, so that by 2030 we arrive at a set of zeros. There is zero poverty, zero hunger. We are able to end gender divide. We are able to arrest the climate change. So those are the ambitious targets that we have to achieve. So what are the strategies or initiatives that we have in Kerala that can be categorized as SSE initiatives? initiatives based on all these principles. So that is what we are trying to identify in this paper, and we are exclusively relying on secondary database. We have gathered data sources from Economic Review of 2020 and also from the websites of Information and Public Relations Department of Government of Kerala, and also the websites of Kudumbashree and Uralungal Labour Contract Cooperative Society, etc. Next slide, ma'am. We are just listing out the SDGs or the global goals. That is, the first one happens to be ending poverty in all forms. The second one is zero hunger, which means achieving food security plus improved nutrition and sustainable agriculture. By good health and well-being, it means good health and well-being for people of all ages. By quality education, we also emphasize on inclusiveness and also lifelong learning opportunities. Gender equality is also about empowering women and girls. Then access to clean and water and sanitation, sustainable management of water. Then by affordable and clean energy, the emphasis on access to affordable, reliable and sustainable modern energy. Then emphasis is also placed on full and productive employment and decent work for all, so that there can be inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Then of course emphasis is also made on building of resilient infrastructure, promotion of inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation. Next slide, ma'am. And also we focus on reduction of inequalities in all its forms. And also this is an era of urbanization, so that we must have sustainable cities. We must make our cities and human settlements quite inclusive, safe, resilient and sustainable. And also sustainable waste management practices, and we have to have responsible consumption and production patterns. Then we have a lot of that is goals pertaining to environmental conservation and protection, like climate action, urgent actions to combat climate change and its impacts. We have to conserve the life below water and also the terrestrial ecosystems, life on land. And building strong institutions, strong inclusive democratic institutions is also equally important sustainable development goal. And also partnership for the goals, that is all these are huge ambitious targets that we have to attain within this specified time span. So it has to be a collective effort of all the global nations, and also the governments and the non-government sector, private sectors, the civil society institutions. Everyone must collectively join to attain these goals. Next slide, ma'am. Here we are now moving on to some of the initiatives that we have in Kerala, which can be categorized as a social and solidarity economy, which have been quite successful in improving the lives of the people, or which have been providing an improved quality of life to the people, so that they could be instrumental in securing the targets that are prescribed under SDGs. Of course, we'll start off with Kudumbashree. It is a women-led self-help group. It was established under the Kerala State Poverty Eradication Mission. And of course, it has got a 3-tier structure. And at the grassroots level, we have the neighborhood groups. And as per the latest statistics, it is found that there are about 287,000 energies operating in Kerala, and almost 45 lakhs women members are a part of Kudumbashree. So that shows how extensive that network is in the state, and it offers immense and tremendous economic opportunities to the women members of Kudumbashree. It functions as thrift society, promoting small savings of the women, and a lot of productive and economic activities are performed by women in Kudumbashree. That is, they run micro enterprises, both individual micro enterprises and group-based micro enterprises. There are Kudumbashree cafes, and there are Nutri-Mix units, and they are producing various agro-processed products, and they have ventured into collective farming. In fact, the joint liability group was actually constituted by Kudumbashree members, and they have ventured into collective farming. And as far as Kudumbashree is concerned, we can say that most of the programs and projects of the government are also being implemented, factoring in the support of the Kudumbashri members. For instance, let us examine the case of Harita Karma Sena. It was a task force that was constituted by the Shujitva Kerala Mission and Harita Kerala Mission, along with Clean Kerala Company Limited. And in that, the women folk of or women members of Kudumbashri, they do a commendable task of segregating the biodegradable waste from the non-biodegradable waste, and the latter is actually made available for recycling to the Clean Kerala Company Limited, which is actually being used for that is a tarring of roads. So that is actually a sustainable waste management practice of the government of Kerala being implemented, factoring in the support of Kudumbashri mission. And of course, at another important water conservation measure or rainwater harvesting measure, that is a Sujalam project of the government that is also being implemented with the help of Kudumbashri members. Then of course we must especially mention about the community kitchen run by Kudumbashri during the times of pandemic, that is during the times of that is lockdown. So there are a number of such initiatives that are being undertaken and implemented in the state, that is taking the support of the Kudumbashri women members. So based on that, we can say that apart from being just a source of income and source of livelihood to the women members, or just an employment opportunity or an entrepreneurial opportunity to the women members, we can say that the women potential of the the potential of women folk of the state is getting harnessed, and they are actively used as agents of economic growth and change in the state, rather than being just beneficiaries of economic growth. So in that sense, we can say that it is actually a real step towards empowering women, and in addition to what satisfying all the other targets like poverty reduction, reduction of hunger, etc. Kudumbashri can definitely be put into the category of the social solidarity economy initiative in Kerala. And yet another important organization that we have, or institution that we have in Kerala, is cooperative movement. Of course, Kerala has a very long history of cooperative movement. That is even prior to the formation of Kerala state, we had the Travancore Cooperative Societies Act and Cochin Cooperative Societies Act. For Malabar, we had the Madras Cooperative Societies Act. And that is at present, we are under the Kerala Cooperative Societies Act. And as per the latest data, it is found that there are 15,892 cooperative societies that are functioning under the Registrar of Cooperative Societies in the state. And of course, we have both credit cooperatives and a lot of non-credit cooperatives also. And as far as credit cooperatives are concerned, we have in the rural credit institution, especially for short-term lending and medium-term lending, we have the grassroots level primary agriculture credit societies, which is actually performing a very significant role, helping the member farmers by providing credit on easy terms. And apart from that, a lot of non-credit initiatives are also being done by PACs at the grassroots level, like hiring of farm implements and machinery, and offering various kinds of inputs like seeds and fertilizers, providing support for marketing of the produce, arranging a fair housing facility. And a lot of such initiatives could be found on the part of primary agriculture credit societies, which is operating under the grassroots level. And also we have a number of non-credit cooperatives also in Kerala and across different sectors. There is like consumer cooperatives, marketing cooperatives, producer cooperatives, you have farmer cooperatives, and you have women cooperatives. And also we can see cooperative movement in the healthcare sector. You have cooperative hospitals, and also in educational sector also we have professional educational institutions being started in the cooperative sector. And we also have to make a special mention about the Uralangal Labor Contract Cooperative Society. That is, it had quite a humble beginning, which was inspired by the teachings of Vagbhadananda. It was way back in 1925. And as we have seen in yesterday's class by Gopinath sir, where he discusses about the diversification of this company from a mere supplier of labor and that is construction labor provider company to an infrastructure developer, and it has also diversified itself into other areas like information technology, tourism, etc. And it is actually offering a lot of benefits to its employees, both to the member employees as well as the non-member employees, like bonus and provident fund, medical insurance, and a lot of such facilities are being offered to their employees by this ULCCS, and is one of the largest labor cooperatives in Kerala, and it is actually a model cooperative recognized by UNDP. So, so we can say that cooperative sector is quite a successful movement in Kerala. In that case, it can also be aptly categorized as a social and solidarity economy initiative in the state. So that is our the second institution that we have identified. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, thank you. That is about civil society movements, especially those movements that have were factored in environmental concerns of economic development in Kerala state. We have to mention that as well. That is, we have had a lot of civil society movements in the state in order to protect our environment. We have to begin with Save Silent Valley movement, which got in the support of the intelligentsia as well as the civil society, and they thwarted the efforts of the government to build that hydroelectric power project, and thereby they were able to conserve this evergreen tropical forest at Silent Valley. They were able to avert that loss of biodiversity, and also they were able to conserve that endemic species of lion-tailed macaque. So all that was made possible because of the Save Silent Valley movement, which has now been declared as a national park. And of course, we'll have to mention quite a few other civil society movements as well. The Save Chalia River movement, which was against the Gwalior Iron's factory, which was discharging effluents into that river. And I must also mention here, as stated yesterday by Manju teacher, regarding the Kiliyar River rejuvenation, which is also a part of the civil society campaign that is undertaken in Trivandrum. And again, we have to mention here the Plachimada struggle that was in Palakkad. It was against the multinational giant Coca-Cola. Palakkad is, of course, a drought-prone area. There is a scarcity of water resources, and Coca-Cola was indulging in extraction of groundwater resources. And there was the people, civil society, fought against or struggled against this indiscriminate extraction of groundwater, and that movement was also successful. So we can say that when you trace the development experience of Kerala, environmental concerns were always factored in or incorporated. To an extent, it was also incorporated in the development experience of Kerala. So that can be put into the category of social and solidarity economy initiatives. And sustainable development. It's actually very much a part of our sustainable development program. Then coming to the next one is actually our people's plan, or the decentralized planning, considering the fact that we have a participatory, vibrant democratic system. We have a functional local self-government. We actually, we consider our planning process, local self-government planning process, as a people's plan, enlisting the participation of people in various stages of drafting our plan, right from the identification of our local development needs and also resource mapping. In all these areas, people were consulted, and we also drew in the support of the local, that is the technical experts also. And so in that case, we can say that a decentralized planning, it was a big success story, and we continue to have a very functional gram sabhas, etc., which enables the voices of common people heard, and which helps in identification of the needs and development requirements of localities. So that is yet another important area or important movement that can be regarded or categorized as a social and solidarity economy initiative in Kerala. And so we can say that these are some of the institutions and organizations that we have identified in the state, which has shaped the course of development of Kerala. And so these can be replicated elsewhere also, of course, reckoning in the local specifics. Everywhere we have specifics in particular localities, that also has to be reckoned. So these are some of the ideas we have got to put forward. So thank you everybody.
Thank you, Parvati. Dr. Parvati has very well presented about the role and contributions of many kinds of cooperatives and their initiatives for the development of Kerala. So Parvati, please be there. Parvati and Kavita, please be there. Let us hear other two papers too. After that, we will go to the discussions. Okay. So let me invite the next paper presenter, Mahin. Mahin Kannu, he is going to present a paper on nuances of indigenous Rauskas, a case of Panapayattu. Mahin, are you there? Mahin, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
I can
okay,
hear.
Start your presentation.
Okay. I just wanted Christabel teacher to share my slides.
Mahin, you sent me the slides, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, teacher. I sent Parvati. Parvati.
To Parvati only. Okay, just a minute. Just a minute.
Yes.
Just a second.
Okay, teacher.
അല്ല ഒന്ന് വിളിക്ക അത് പറയാം അതെ ആ just a second. I'm sorry, she sent it to me. It's my fault.
So, അടുത്ത ആളിനെ വിളിക്കണോ ക്രിസ്റ്റബൽ? സിദ്ധാർത്ഥൻ. Okay.
Yes, it is here. It is here. It's okay. I'm sorry. It's my fault. എനിക്ക് മൗസ് ഒന്ന് ഒരുത്തരൂ. I'm sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. My name is Mahin. I'm presently working as a guest lecturer in BTM NSS College, Thanavachapuram, and I'm going to present a topic about nuances of indigenous Roscas, a case of Panapayattu. Okay. I had been to Calicut as part of Dr. Christabel Peter's study about indigenous financial institutions for data collection. And I am here to share my experience towards it. And yeah, first of all, let's look into what what is Roscas about, and then we explain about what Panampayattu is. Okay, teacher, next slide. Okay, a Rosca is a rotating saving and a credit association. Teacher, next slide. Teacher, okay. Rosca is a rotating savings and credit association. It's a group of individuals that act as an individual informal financial institution. Okay, it's an every Rosca is something a kind of informal financial institution. Okay, Rosca. Okay, Rosca. Ma'am, sorry, it's not clear. The slide is not clear. Okay. Rosca.
Okay. Can you see it now? Is it okay?
Okay, teacher.
Okay. Carry on.
Okay. Can I see the previous slide?
Oh, fine.
Now it is clear.
Oh, fine. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Continue,
Okay.
Mahin. Continue.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Panapaitu is a community. Rosca is an informal financial institution which stands for the well-being of the people in every society. Okay. It is known in different names. Known in more than 200 names across the countries. Okay. Now let us look into Panampayattu. Okay, Panampayattu is a community-based resource management system which exists predominantly in some regions of North Kerala. It is commonly viewed as the most trusted and efficient way of resource management system by the people who are familiar with the system. Okay, its point of origin could possibly be traced back to the pre-independence period of India. Someone said that its point of origin could be traced back to more than 300 years. Okay, so it is the system came into existence after the invention of money. Okay, but not immediately. Sometimes after the invention of money. Okay, it is a social initiative which has formed to help the economically weaker sections of the society. Okay, next slide, ma'am. Okay, a Panapayattu is a rotating. Okay, ma'am, the previous one, please. It is a rotating savings and credit association like credit unions. It works on a rotating manner. It exists ultimately for the well-being of the people in the society. Unlike other Roscas, the Panapayattu is an interest-free mechanism. A Panapayattu is as it is conducted for the well-being of the society. They won't charge any interest rate on the credit. Okay, unlike other Roscas, the Panapayattu is conducted in the house of each participants or in the place arranged accordingly by the participants. Okay, in other Roscas, they meet for a defined period. They meet for a defined period, previously defined period, in a particular place for all the sessions of the all the sessions of the all the sessions to meet together to save and lend. But unlike other Roskas, Panapait is conducted in the house of each participants or in the place where arranged by the, which was arranged by the participants. Okay. Next slide, ma'am. Okay. Now, okay. Now, let me explain what Panapaita is. If someone wants to meet any of his needs, such as marriage of children, agricultural purposes, employment purposes, construction or maintenance of homes, etc., he informs his friends, relatives, and neighbors that he is going to conduct a Panampaita on a date in a near future and invites them to participate for the same. For this purpose, he uses a slip or card-like printed invitations to invite them, in which the date and the venue of Panapait will be mentioned. They meet on the very same date mentioned in the invitation at the place arranged by the person. Okay, they meet on the very same date mentioned in the invitation at the place arranged by the person. Okay, next, he provides some foods to the participants. Okay, when they meet together at the place where they have arranged, the person who conduct the Panapaitu will give some food to the participants. In its early periods, it was tea that was provided to all of the participants. Hence, it also has the name chai kuri. Okay, kuri means, as we all know, it's a rotating credit, chai kuri. Okay, okay. Later, they had started to provide flattened rice, that is aval, along with the tea. Then it had changed to ghee rice, roti, and some meats along with it. Okay, etc. After having food, they give some amount of money which they can afford. The details of the participants and the money that they give to him is recorded by the person who was permitted by him, usually one of his close friends. The person who conduct the Panapaitu will arrange one person to record the details of the participants of the Paitu. As he invite his friends, relatives, and neighbors, all of it should be recorded, and the amount that they give should be repaid when the other participants call for a Paitu. Okay. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, it is recorded. The details of the participants, the amount that they had given, and their address, name, etc. Will be recorded, because it has to be repaid when others call for a Panapaitu. During the repayment, he may give the actual amount or double the actual amount. If someone had given me 100 rupees, I will give him to us 200. If I want to conduct a Panapaitu next time, I will give him 200 rupees. Okay, then in future period, when I conduct a Panapaitu, he will give me return this 100 rupees back. Okay. Okay, during the repayment, he may give the actual amount or double the actual amount. Concept of Paitu, Murikel, and Kalakuri. If I had given a person 100 rupees, when I call for a Paitu, he may or may not come to participate in it. If he may not come and participate in the Paitu, then he will be called as Kalakuri. Okay, then his name will be lowered in the society. Okay, then Paitu Murikel is a concept when I call for a PIT and I'm not continuing the PIT, I will receive the exact amount that I had given to everybody. So I say them that I am not continuing the PIT. I am not going to conduct any any PIT in near future dates. Okay, the saving and lending activity. When someone give me 100 rupees, it is like saving to them, saving to him or her. Okay, so and as at the same time, it also works as a credit system. Okay. The whole thing is based on trust. There is no collateral to be produced in front of anybody. Okay, it is based on trust only. Okay, it is okay. Next, specialities of Panapait. Okay, Panapait, it is strengthens the socio-economic solidarity. It creates a greater social bonding among the people. It stands beyond the religion and caste. The participants may be from other castes and from other religion as well. There is easy access to credit. If I want to meet any of my needs, I immediately call for a PIT. If I had given all of my previous debt, okay, no interest has to be paid, no collateral is needed but the trust. The only thing needed in the Panapait is trust, the social trust. Okay, next slide, ma'am. Okay, the other variants of PIT, are Sahai Kuri and Anakuri. Sahai Kuri or benevolent credit is a PIT. If a poor family is need some money to conduct the marriage of their children, they conduct a PIT in which they will get some money, but this money they need not be repaid. Okay, in to the person whoever given them have given them. Okay, Anakuri. Anakuri is a kuri in which higher amount can be accumulated. Okay, higher lump sum amount can be accumulated. Next slide, ma'am.
Mahin, can you make a little bit faster?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is what the invitation used for the PIT. The first one is used in the earlier periods for inviting people, and there is a new one, the latest one in the right side. Okay, next, ma'am. This is how they record the details of the participants, the amount, the date, including the date and amount that they had given. Okay. Next, ma'am. Okay, it can be concluded that the nature and the structure of various indigenous roscas vary according to which kind of people this roscas belongs to. In this respect, the Panapait stands separately with its own characteristics. The characteristics of easiness, accessibility, non-interest payable, social bonding, trust, etc., etc., it make it so different and even more informal financial management system as compared to other roscas. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all for listening to me. If I had made any mistakes, please forgive me.
Okay, thank you, Mahin, for your interesting paper and related to the informal financial institution like Panapait. So you please be there for discussion. So let me invite another paper presenter,
okay.
Siddharth M. First term Economics, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, to present a paper on metamorphosis of crisis when setbacks turns into solidarity. Welcome, Siddharth.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Respected Chair and Christabel ma'am and Parvati ma'am earlier presented the paper. I'm going to share the slide. Hope you can see the slides.
Please share. Okay. Okay.
Okay. The title of my paper is Metamorphosis of Crisis When Setbacks Turn into Solidarity. The paper talks about how crisis provides an opportunity to build solidarity economy. And I'm starting with how the realm of solidarity economy is wide and broad. In this conference itself, we've talked about a lot of type of institutions which is organized, like the cooperative movements or the self-help groups like Kudumbashree, trade unions, and many more. But the concept of solidarity economy can never be limited into these organized institutions. Solidarity economy actually spreads forward to anything and everything which focuses on collective public good. Even individual activities that promote public good can be comes under the purview of solidarity economy. And when we take into account the individual activities, even carpooling can be taken as an example of a solidarity economy, wherein the group of people who pools going to office, pools their car to go to their office, cuts their fuel expenditure, and also saves fuel, and thereby cutting carbon emissions. And even to be more local, we all share a jackfruit when we get one. It's big and we can't consume it alone, so we share the jackfruit with our neighbors, and that be a meal for them. So even that can be taken as an example of solidarity economy. I just set that example to explain to you how big the area of solidarity economy is. And the next portion is about how people respond to crisis. And there is a general assumption that when a crisis approaches us, everybody becomes selfish. Everybody looks for their own gains, and they become selfish. And the classical view is that people flight or fight. They either fight for their fight against other people during a crisis, or they just leave the scene then and there. But recent studies actually suggest the opposite. A new study from the University of Freiburg in Germany suggests that the stress that people face when crises occur actually lead to greater cooperation, social, and friendly behavior among people. And another study in University of Virginia found that the feeling of out of control when one is not in control of their own life, when in crisis, and when thinks about one's own mortality, that I'm not in control of my life and I have nothing to do, leads to greater generosity and also helpfulness. And Emma Stepella, the Associate Director of Center for Compassion and Altruism Research and Education of Stanford University, actually says that human connections or social relationships are actually basic fundamental need of human beings, which is linked to both physical and psychological health, including a stronger immune system, faster recovery from diseases, and even longevity of life. Okay, now I'm gonna link the first two concepts that I just said, the informal solidarity economy, and also how people respond during crisis. And the major case study that I've done is in the scenario of Kerala floods of 2018, followed by another minor two case studies. Okay, the Kerala floods of 2018, I need not explain what it is because we have all experienced it. The state of Kerala faced the massive deluge in August month of 2018, where we received lush rains of a small period of time. We had cases of cloud bursting, and there was widespread spreading of water, dams were filled, and rivers were overflowing. And the floods also caused widespread destruction of life and property. Almost 483 people lost their lives. 140 of them are still missing, and over 22,000 homes were completely damaged. And in a total, almost 54 lakhs of people were affected by the floods. And when, as a state, we were faced with such a massive disaster, the state were full in their hands, because we have never faced such a massive disaster in a long period. It's after 100 years that we are facing the disaster, and we found it really difficult to manage. But the communities, different communities all over Kerala stepped up and joined the rescue and relief efforts. The rescue and relief efforts were joined by different youth organizations, political parties, trade unions, even arts and sports club, and everybody. And these informal rescue workers were coordinated by the local self-governments and the district administrations. And social media platforms, as we all know, as we have all been part of it, we shared the information on people, or standard people, the needed materials for the camps, and all the major social media houses, including troll groups, stopped posting trolls and were doing control room works for the floods. And the major and the which often highlighted contribution was of that of the fishermen community. Almost 660 fishing boats joined the rescue mission, and the fishermen didn't care about their own safety or their the damage that went down on their boats. Almost more than 40 boats were almost fully damaged, and almost 400 boats were partially damaged, which were to be repaired after this rescue mission. And the groups of fishermen often even pulled in money to hire trucks to reach the areas where there was flooding, and to go to the areas where the waters widespread. And the next one is a study by Professor George K. Joseph, which was published in the International Journal of Disaster Risk Management. It shows it is a study conducted within the volunteers who participated in the rescue and relief mission. And it examined how well the volunteers was self-satisfied after the rescue mission, and their mental attitude towards the rescue mission. Okay, as the table shows, almost 98%, almost 99% of the people served the rescue missions in groups and not as individuals. And the motive behind them going into the rescue mission was purely on the basis of humanity, not and nothing else. Almost 99% responded that humanity was the main motive behind their participation in the rescue mission. And the level of confidence after the rescue missions boosted up, and also the self-satisfaction level after participating in the rescue mission were also very high. This is actually the description of the table that I showed before. It showed that almost all of the volunteers participated in the rescue mission in groups, and almost only 35% of the respondents had previous experience. Almost 65% of the respondents were participating in a rescue mission for the first time, and they didn't think about their own safety. They just jumped into the rescue mission. And almost 75% of the household people who went to the rescue mission had were lacking awareness in household preparedness, and they had very high levels of self-satisfaction about the rescue mission. Almost 95% felt very satisfied after they participated in the rescue mission. And it's 85, about 86% of the people also said that they had increased confidence after they participated in the rescue mission. And what we conclude after this particular case study of Kerala floods is that all the volunteers participated in the rescue mission as groups. And when in groups, people participate more and people work well. And the consolidation of help in the form of rescue efforts also added to the building of informal aid groups in every locality that really helped when the floods repeated in 2019 and also in small parts in 2020. The study also reflects a very high level of self-satisfaction and also the very high level of fulfillment and happiness that the volunteers received after they participated in the rescue mission. And what we conclude from this is that the consolidation of human help when in crisis where people work in groups points to the solidarity economy model, that people work when they are in crisis and together. Next one is the next slide on next case study on farmers' protest. The farmers' protest started in India and the parts of Punjab and Haryana in August 2020 itself, when the parts of the bill went public. And after the bill was passed in both the houses and the president gave assent, the protest erupted further. And on 26 November, thousands of farmers marched to Delhi. And with all this, a large portion of the farmers were protesting around the borders of Delhi. And what we find quite intriguing is how the protesters managed the protest, or how they ran the protest. Like beginning with food, there were hundreds of community kitchens which are still running in every protest site, which is running around the clock, providing food to all the protesters and also local people in and around the border areas. The tractors were used as shelters at night. There were makeshift schools for the students, even gyms, dental camps, medical stores, even libraries, and even foot massage chairs for the elderly were provided by the protesters. And the villages were not quiet. The villages are providing a steady supply of all the materials that are needed for the food and all other facilities which they need in the protest site. And in addition to supplies, the villages also is contributing money to finance the needs of the protest. And when a majority portion of the farmers are in the protest, major youth groups have stayed back in the villages to look after the farms, weeding them, and even harvesting the crops of the farmers who are protesting in Delhi. And when we conclude that particular case study, the method in which the protests are held in the borders of Delhi, and we interestingly said unimaginable, because the level of coordination between the protesters who are from different backgrounds, different states, different religions, and even different farmers' organization. But what united them is their common objective to protest for the repealing of the laws. And the farmers collectively think that the laws will question their livelihood, and that was the basis of that consolidation. And the other important point to be noted is nobody is leaving their own work for the protest. Batches of people come back to protest. Some batches go back to their villages to look after the crops, look after their homes, and everything. Everything continues, nothing stops. And the facilities set up at protest site includes a makeshift school, which ensures that the students along with the protesters wouldn't lose any time with the help of teachers who are part of the protest. This actually shows the meticulous planning that the farmers have done to protest. The small in detail things that they are focusing on and the level of services that the protesters were lending. The teachers were also part of the protest. They started teaching the students who are also protesting in the site. And the protesters also take initiative to do their part in order to run the protest smoothly. For example, those who are familiar with standing guard at night in the crops were standing guard for the protest in the night against miscreants. And the farmers' protest is also a display of solidarity model, wherein the protesters carved out a whole living condition in the protesting sites, reflecting the strength and spirit of community living. And the next case study is about a story that we all know and we are experiencing right now, the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has been successfully keeping us indoors, but we are never away from each other. The number of mutual aid groups that have sprung up all around the world in the pandemic scenario is innumerable. These mutual aid groups provide practical services. They started with practical services like delivering groceries, medications, helping the elderly cook and move around, etc. They also provide emotional support to those who are in mental and physical distress due to the lockdown and also isolation periods. They also provide economic support those who are in difficulty due to the loss of livelihood due to the pandemic. In Kerala, community kitchens were set up with the support of food industry, and these kitchens served millions of meals to those in quarantine, isolation period, poor and needy, and large number of migrant workers. In UK, there is a common platform called COVID-19 Mutual Aid UK, which is a collection of more than 4,000 small mutual aid local groups, and a large number of volunteers within these small local groups provide services to their local areas. And the COVID-19 Mutual Aid UK is a website and a big group which actually provides support to these services. The pandemic has acted as a catalyst for community action.
Siddharth, can you shorten your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Just 2 moments. 1 moment. The pandemic has acted as a catalyst for community action, with more and more people adding to the volunteer list every day. And it has also helped in sorting out local issues like poverty and poor healthcare, as people have started to look around and help. Earlier, people used to be busy with their own work, but as the pandemic struck and they've been in their homes, they've started to look around and started to solve local problems. Like they've found people who are hungry near them, and the poor healthcare around them, and people have formed mutual aid groups and have started helping other people. And we move on to the conclusion of the total presentation. With the presentation, we can conclude that the crisis always works as a catalyst for solidarity. The general assumption of selfishness when in crisis does not apply to most of the crisis, and most of the time people just come together to face the crisis together. And people do their best when they are in a crisis and together, and the sense of community increases self-satisfaction, boosts confidence, and helping better mental and physical health. In the case of Kerala floods, the volunteers initiated rescue mission which saved thousands of people, which limited the death toll below 500. Studies suggest that volunteers' prime motive is humanness, and the collectiveness resulted in a sense of fulfillment and happiness. The mass protest by farmers is a result of the question of livelihood and the collective objective to overcome the question of livelihood. The after effects of these informal mutual aid groups are beneficial for the community, which increases the trust quotient and also an increased level of social capital. And most of the groups actually continue their works even after the crisis, which actually states that the crisis actually provided an opportunity for the emergence of such a mutual aid group, and to build on the existing activity that they have already done, and thereby increasing solidarity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Siddharth. Siddharth has presented a paper in related to how social solidarity happens or social cohesion happens at the time of a crisis. Thank you all paper presenters. I hope all you are there. So now let us open the session for discussion. You please raise your questions directly or send us messages. Please, audience, please. Hello. Hello. You please ask your questions. Nobody is there. So let me ask one question. It is not a question, it is a suggestion to Dr. Parvati, and Parvati is there?
Yes,
Hello?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Yes. Parvati, I think all theories
Ma'am, I
into
can't
one
hear.
paper, that is not ideal because you have can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
I can hear you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. If you theorist into your paper, when you publish this paper, you have to bring 1 or 2 theories, otherwise it will be for us. And you have mentioned one theory in related to comps theory in related to social statistics. In which context that you use that term, social static?
That is to maintain that stability in the society, this solidarity concept is required in that context.
Static doesn't mean the solidarity.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, we implied how social solidarity
Static
can
doesn't
be.
mean for solidarity. Actually, social static means society is not at all stagnant. That is the meaning of social static. It is not at all moving. That is what Comte meant.
Yeah.
So that we have to understand the conceptual clarification in related to that. So when you publish this paper, you have to take care of it. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Then you have also mentioned different goals and targets like different initiative, gender equality and clean water and sanitation. So if you could bring one or three kind of projects, then you have to go into a deeper way. Then the paper will be otherwise it is already, all these kind of things are already established by somebody else. So when you write a paper, then we have to bring new ideas. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one, I want to ask some questions related to Roskas or case of Panapaitu, Mahin. Mahin, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
In which district, northern Kerala, the Panapait is prevailing? One question. First question. Okay.
In some regions of Calicut.
Is it in the urban or rural area? Or in all areas? We cannot call in Kerala, we cannot call urban or rural area. Yeah, we cannot specify it. Even then, okay.
In both urban and rural areas.
Both in urban and rural area, the Panapait, that custom is system is provided.
In rural areas, the system is more active.
Okay, can you say how far it contributed to the welfare of the people in that areas? Okay, how far it is contributed?
The people have been conducting this for many years. So they had satisfied, they had met their needs with Panapait, like marriage of their children, house construction, and employment opportunities in a Vanimal Panchayat in Calicut. if someone wants to join a college or in a school as a teacher, they conduct piety and they get money and join the school in the school and or college. So this is how the piety help the people to overcome their struggles.
Okay, when we say an example, then we have to look into much more deeper aspects. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then is it
What, ma'am?
This system is prevailing among all sections of society?
Ma'am,
It is widely
I'm not.
prevalent, or
Yeah,
you are
yeah,
not
it
sure?
is widely prevalent.
Okay. Prevalent among all sections of the society.
All sections of the society.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Audience, please ask your questions.
I had a
Please.
question to Siddharth, you are talking about mutual aid. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So I'm so happy that you have taken some case studies, and you were trying to say that when crisis is there, right? When crisis is there, we are together,
Yes,
right? Otherwise, we are selfish, we are self-centered, and we are not helping each other. That is your premise. I'm not sure that was the real premise, or you were trying to say that when the crisis is there, we are jumping into action and try to help each other. Actually, what happens is that in real world, we as a social animal, we support each other and we try to survive in the world using mutual help only. But when there is a crisis, we as a social animal, and as a person who as a people who are having consciousness, social consciousness, we help each other more. Is it like that, or what is your premise? Is it only during crisis, or without crisis? And yet another thing is, if you take the case of informal sector, a lot of voluntary kind of activities are taking place. For example, in gurudwaras, food are provided, right? So a lot of people who are needy, or even people who are there in the neighborhood, they come and take food from the gurudwaras. That really happens in some temples or churches. In a lot of religious organizations, you can see that. Even in medical college here in Trivandrum, various institutions, organizations, they provide food to the bystanders, to the sick people, and so on. And what we can see is that in the total scenario, that kind of mutual aid, mutual support systems, that is undocumented, that is not revealed properly. Okay, so as an economist, how will you value that kind of systems, or what can be the economic value of that kind of transactions? These are informal transactions, they are not formal transactions. If you give me some money, I may give you some service, or I may give you some kind of help. So that is in the private sector, and in the case of public sector, what happens is that the government is providing you sometimes with a nominal fee or something like that. But here, nobody is taking any economic advantage or an economic reward for rendering the service. So is it possible for us to value the whole informal transactions which is taking place in the economy, which actually helps a lot in the real world? So what is your take on that?
First of all, ma'am, I didn't mean it in the sense that otherwise people are selfish and only when in crisis people help. I put forward an assumption that even when there is a crisis, there is a general assumption that people will be selfish when in crisis. But that is not actually the case. I put it forward like that. And generally also, when not in crisis also, there is a major movement of mutual aid, and many people help each other. That is true. And in the part of the valuation of the social economy, solidarity economy activities, I'm not sure if we can monetarily measure the amount of activities that are part of solidarity economy. And I think that will be the same case with the debate that is actually going on now about the contributions of a homemaker, and how we measure the contributions of a homemaker, which is actually quite large, and it impacts each and everybody's life. And I don't think we can monetarily measure the value of these services, but we need to be part of it, and we need to contribute to it more.
But there are studies for that, even the black economy. Black economy
Yes.
is actually the 3 times or 2 times bigger than that of a formal economy. Likewise, this kind of economy that is ruling the world. And some literature, especially based on sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, say that about 90% of the transactions of the people who are living in some communities like scheduled tribe communities or indigenous communities, about 90% to sometimes it is 100%, isn't it?
Yes.
Will be this informal transactions only. They may not be using the monetary transactions in their life in whole day. Sometimes the whole day they may be using this kind of transactions in order to survive. So that much big the economy is. And some scholars, they say that it is only the tip of the iceberg that is the real formal sector, and about 90%, 80% is unseen or undocumented. That is the real concern of an economist, because the so-called formal sector is only 10%, and whatever policies are framed, that only affect that 10%. The 90% is left out. Okay, so sometimes if when the policymakers and the policy implications of the policies which the government is putting forward is not affecting the huge lot of population in any country. Okay, so this is only a comment. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay,
Any other
may
questions?
something, Bushra ma'am?
Yes.
Ma'am, you have asked me how far the system Panapait has helped the people or has helped the upliftment of the people.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I just want to say that it worked as a saving mechanism for them. Most of the participants were the wage earners, daily wage earners, so they can only participate in the Panapait. So they give some amount which they can afford. Okay, so in case of salary earners, their income they spend their income within a week, almost their income within a week, so they can't participate. They can't participate in PAIT. Only daily wage earners can participate in PAIT, and it works as a saving mechanism for them. And also it helped the people to overcome their struggles, and for agricultural needs they also used this as a mechanism to raise fund. Okay, this is the only thing I wanted to say, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mahin.
Bushra, can we wind up the session by
Okay. Sure. Okay, so let me conclude this session by saying social economy can coexist with only by emphasizing social responsibility, and actually it shows an alternative method of doing business than different kind of business. I know that defining social economy is not an easy task because it includes a large variety of stakeholders between the public and the private sectors, as you all mentioned here. Social economy enterprises and organizations are active in all sectors of society. They are all set up to respond to people's needs, the various actors and social cohesion, especially in times of economic and social crisis, as already we have mentioned in the paper presentation here. So we, as part of civil society organization, we need to strengthen the economic performance and democratic functioning of all these bodies. Thereby, it is possible to achieve important objectives for the community. That is welfare. We can ensure the welfare of the society, such as we can provide employment or social cohesion, rural development, and environmental protection, and different kind of objectives make it possible by taking initiatives for this kind of things in the society. So thank you, Christabel, for giving me a wonderful opportunity for chairing this session. I appreciate all the paper presenters for their presentations, and the last but not least, the students and research scholars of the Department of Economics and departments in university and the colleges, teachers. Thank you so much. I know that you are all, you please keep this figure like this, and wish you all success for all of you. And thank you once again, Dr. Christabel, for entrusting me for today's duty. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christabel.
Okay. I invite Parvati to deliver the vote of thanks. Parvati, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes. Now you take.
Okay. Thank you, Adulya, for your wonderful welcome speech. Good evening, one and all. This is the 5th technical session with the theme Social Economy, Intricacies and Nuances, conducted as a part of our ongoing international webinar series organized by Department of Economics, University of Kerala is moving to its end. My duty here is to deliver the vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to convey our sincere thanks to Dr. Bushra Begum ma'am for chairing the session by postponing all her busy schedules, and she spared her time with us. Her introduction on social economy and her knowledge which she shared about the importance of social economy add knowledge to the session. Once again, I would like to convey our sincere thanks to you, ma'am, for your presence in the session.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to extend our gratitude to Dr. Parvati ma'am and Dr. Kavita ma'am for presenting the paper in the session about the social and solidarity economy in Kerala's development experience, which gives us a deep insight into social and solidarity economics and its influence in sectors like agriculture, women empowerment and environmental protection, health sector, education sector, and Kudumbashree cooperative societies and various other areas in Kerala economy. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation about the relevance and importance of social economics and solidarity economics, and makes us informed about it very well. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Mahin Kannu sir for his presentation about the nuances of indigenous Roscars, a case study of Panapayattu. It's a distinguished feature of the Kerala economy. His paper is presented in the context of the complicated banking procedures and the failure of banking institutions to reach poor illiterate people. He also stressed on the necessity of the existence of rural microfinance schemes like Panapai to strengthen rural financial needs. Once again, thank you, sir, for addressing this issue, and it makes us informed about the importance of the existence of these kind of rural financial facilities existed in Kerala economy. Next, I would like to convey our hearty thanks to Siddharth. He's a student of our department. His paper presentation is about the metamorphosis of crisis when setbacks turns into solidarity. The session gives us an overall idea about solidarity economics and its effectiveness in crisis times, and how the concept solidarity economics trespass on social, political, economical, and gender-based inequality, and put forth the objective of unity and distribution of resources to the needy during the times of necessity. In this current pandemic scenario with a lot of crisis, the importance and relevance of the presentation is meticulously touches every nuances of the organized attempt. It is highly relatable and applicable topic. Once again, thank you, Siddharth, for presenting your presentation about such an important topic. Next, I would like to extend our special thank to Dr. Christabel ma'am. Her, she's acting as the backbone of our event. She always stands with us for organizing and coordinating this webinar. We were extend our all gratitude on behalf of all the students of the University of Kerala to Dr. Christabel ma'am. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the audience and all others who working behind the scene to make this a wonderful initiative and a successful one, and also all those who raised your questions and actively participate in the session and to make it lively and wonderful. I hope all of you get adequate information regarding the topic. Thank you, all of you. Our next session is on collective responsibility and sustainability. It will shortly begin. Then sign off. Thank you.
So, Lakshmi?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes, you may continue, please.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all. Respected chair, chief guest, teachers, and my dear friends. I'm very pleased to be here today to welcome all of you to the 6th technical session of the International Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies Experiences Around the World. First of all, I would like to welcome our chairperson, Dr. Sheja SR, Professor of Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Earlier, she had worked in various government colleges in Kerala and is the Vice President of Kerala Economics Association, Secretary at the Kerala Economic Association Trust, and life member of Indian Economic Association and Kerala Economics Association. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. We have economist Jiko Kurian, Associate Natural Resources Management Unit, UNDP in India, to address fragmentation-induced social dilemma in a topical wetland farming system in southern India. He has submitted his PhD in ecological economics titled Collective Action Commons and Subsea Level Wetland Farming in Kerala, a socio-ecological analysis, and is waiting defense. Jiko Kurian, who is an achiever by himself and an expert in many areas, served as a development economist at Kerala Forest and Wildlife Department during the period 2016-18. He has published several government and scientific reports and also been a part of many key sectors of policy making in the state and national level, like the state forest policy for Government of Kerala. He drafted the state ecotourism policy for the forest areas state of Kerala. It is my pleasure to welcome you, sir. Dr. Lalija VK, Postdoctoral Fellow, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, is here with us. Dr. Lalija, who have presented papers in several international and national seminars, will talk on collective responsibility and sustainable management of water resources. I cordially welcome you, ma'am. The last person to talk in this section is Ms. Pratiksha P., who recently joined as an MPhil scholar in Department of Economics, University of Kerala. She has studied community participation in ecotourism on the basis of Konni ecotourism, and she will speak on economic prosperity and welfare based on her study. I am so happy to welcome you to this session. I also welcome all the participants who have registered and participating in the event today. Welcome all. I welcome all the teachers and my dear students, my dear friends, to this session. Today, we have Ms. Asia E. from Second MA Economics, University of Kerala, to deliver the vote of thanks. Welcome, Asia. Also, there will be a chance to interact with our speakers. You can type your questions in the chat box. Questions will be collected from YouTube and Facebook chat boxes as well. And at the end of this session, these questions will be shared. I would request each of you to take this as an exciting opportunity to connect these excellent speakers and make the most out of it. Now, I welcome Dr. Sheja SR, Professor of Department of Economics, University of Kerala, to chair the session. I hope the session will be a great one for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lakshmi. Dear friends,
This session is about collective responsibility and sustainability. We know that the concept of sustainability focuses on meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their needs. So for achieving sustainable development, it's very crucial to harmonize three core aspects. That is, first one, economic growth, second, social inclusion, and third, environmental protection. These core elements are interlinked also. That means economic growth, social inclusion, and protection of natural resources are closely related to each other. So one of the key challenges that is central to realizing sustainable development goals is cultivating collective responsibility through inclusive decision making. So for protecting natural resources and in our fight against combating, in our fight against climate change, of course, research and dissemination of knowledge, that is essential. However, apart from that, fostering collective responsibility, that is also essential. So the theme of this technical session, the sixth technical session of this international conference, is very important. And in this session, we have three papers. The first paper will be presented, the first paper is on fragmentation-induced social dilemma in a tropical wetland farming system in southern India. And this paper will be presented by Sri Jiku Kurian, who is a consultant in United Nations Development Program in India. And the second paper is on collective responsibility and sustainable management of water resources. And Dr. Lalija V, who is a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Economics, University of Kerala, will present the second paper. And the last paper is an assessment of the Vana Samrakshana Samiti unit of Koni Ecotourism project. Pradiksha from the Department of Economics will present the paper. Now let us move on to the paper presentations. I request Sri Jiku Kurian to present the paper. You can take 45 minutes for paper presentation, and at the end of the paper presentation, let us devote 10 minutes for a discussion. Over to you, Jiku Kurian.
Okay. Good afternoon to respected. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Respected Dr. Shija, Dr. all my dear friends, my topic is so it's about a social dilemma situation existing in one of the most valuable wetland ecosystem in India. It is the Kuttanad wetland system. As in solidarity economics, as we speak about collective gain, a social dilemma situation is also a kind of situation where individual gains and social gains are asymmetrical, in the sense that there is a situation where if all individuals would have collectively acted, they would have gained more utility or gains in the place of individual action. So such a condition is existing in yeah, I'll do. Okay. Is it okay? Hello.
First slide is visible.
Hello?
Have you changed the slide?
Hello? Yeah.
The first.
Yeah. This is the first slide.
Perfect. Jiku, it is good. You can go ahead.
Okay. So, that's a situation happening. This is the study area. You can see it is in southern India, and this is the total study area, which comes around 1,100 square kilometers. And you can see the fragmentation happening in this wetland system, farming system. You can see the small parcels of land. If my arrow is right, you can see the small parcels of land. It will come to even 40 cents of land in such big parcel of land. So this fragmentation, each plot will be having an individual owner, and he will in some season he will cultivate, in some other seasons he won't be cultivating. So even though there exists a possibility for a collective action, it won't happen every time. So the government has tried many policies, many policy measures to bring collective action, to bring all these farmers to a single mode of farming system. But the sustainability of all such programs, especially the group farming program that came in 1990, is questionable. Now, why is this questionable? This is the thing that I am going to address in this session. I won't be 45 minutes. I will be completing in less than 20 minutes. So what are the scholars saying about fragmentation? See, interestingly, there are two opposing views on fragmentation. There are some people who are very much for fragmentation or small pieces of land. One of the prominent person is none other than Amartya Sen. He is the person who started the debate on this farm size and productivity in 1965. Following him, this people like Feder, Mazumdar, Berry, and Klein all have studied this matter on farm size and productivity, and they have found some positive relationship. On the other hand, there are some opposing factions as well who have found that fragmentation is actually a menace and it never contributes to productivity. So some of them you can find Apta, Latroff, and Pete, then Rahman and Rahman. All these are prominent persons in this field. And they have found that not favorable that given by FAO in 2000, which says that the tenure structure is affected seriously by. So what is the uniqueness of this study area? The following matters which I am going to say is just because of the uniqueness of this study area. See, it is a delta formed out of four major rivers and like Achan Kovil, Pamba, Muvatupuzha, and one more river is there. It's a delta formed out of this major rivers, and the influx of water from this major determinant factor of farming in this region. So if this water flow is very high, it is going to be a flooded situation, and if it is in a very low situation, then the farming community will be entirely affected. And another uniqueness is that the farming activity in at least 300 square kilometer is happening below sea level, and it has its own hydrological cycles. Then another uniqueness is that the wetlands are high value biodiversity areas. Another significance, as we have said, it is fragmented ownership and minimum mechanized and labor scarce and costly paddy farm. Now, what I am going to study, what I have studied is that, see, most of these scholars have pointed out that labor is a scarce resource, scarce factor in a wetland region. So this is evident in many of the studies, but these studies which you can refer are directly assessments into the labor's cases brought us to a situation where the productivity or production is a function of the collective decision process of all individual farmers, mechanization or operational efficiency, and spatial feasibility. What is spatial feasibility? I'm just going to explain. But these are the three major factors that determine production or productivity in the wetland region. So now, rather taking a leap from the traditional debate of farm size and productivity, the debate has now become land size, operational efficiency, and landscape specificity or spatial feasibility. Now, this is a major change. Not much studies have addressed this factor. In fact, much of the studies in economics is still biased to the old way of thinking on farm size and productivity. Now, this study, we are just moving a step forward and thinking why collective action is not happening. So collective action won't be happening if there are no sufficient spatial possibilities. If no sufficient spatial possibilities are existing, there won't be any collective action. So there are two things this study is going to address. One is, what is the relationship between farm size and operational efficiency of mechanized harvesting in the region? So if labor is scarce, then the next option is mechanization. So we are saying that we have to assort these lands which are fragmented and bring a big piece of land. Then the first question is mechanization feasible in such a large piece of land? So this question will be addressed. Then the second thing is the resource scope of land assortment in the region for facilitating a full-fledged collective action. Now, the resource scope, I just meant the spatial feasibility. If it is spatially possible to have a feasible collective action rather than on policy paper, is the land allowing a collective action situation in the region? This is what, these are two things that this study is addressing. Now, for assessing the operational efficiency of mechanized operation, I am using a model given by Sorensen in 2003. The model is very simple. The equation, even though the equations look so complex, the model is very simple. It is almost 12 variables. OE is operational efficiency. H is the size of the field in hectares. V is the working speed. E is effective working width. P is the time for turning. B is field width. N is number of turning per pass. And A is the model parameter dependent on field shape, travel pattern, and M is the preparation for unloading. U is the expected yield. L is the net tank size of the machine which I have used taken for study. Q is the estimated rest element which I have put to 5%. This is simple. In the detailed assessment you can have in my paper, which it is given. Now the first result is that we had employed an observation schedule to identify the operational patterns in the field, from which we have identified that all the mechanized operation in the field is either in any of these 1, 2, 3, 4 kinds of operational patterns. In the first two patterns, and the first three patterns, you can see that it is in the fragmented lands. The first three patterns are in smaller lands, and especially the third pattern, it is a highly inefficient pattern of mechanized operation. That is what this model has revealed. The data I'm going to show you right now. And the first two models, you can see that dark points is the unloading points where all the harvested grains are deposited. Now, if we see in a large piece of fragmented land, which is represented by A, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of unloading. And for 5 points of unloading, the harvesting machine has to run to these 5 points to unload the machine. So, and if you can compare that with the point B, you can see that there are only 3 points of unloading when the machine can, in a symmetrical manner, come, deposit, go back, come, deposit, and go back. This is what we have observed in the field. And the Sorensen's models has returned a very interesting outcome. We have studied the class crop tiger 40, which is a dimension 10.5 by 10.5 feet length, and it is 76 HP combined harvester. This is the machine that we took for sampling and studying the operational pattern. Now, the Sorensen model has returned a very interesting result. You can see this green line is operational efficiency, and the blue line is area. You can see that there is a linear relationship. Whenever the area is increasing, operational efficiency is also increasing. So this is a very interesting outcome that the study has revealed. Now, a specific thing that I would like to say about this result is that the operational efficiency won't be increasing infinitely. As in the case of any efficiency curve, this curve also will be curving out. So there will be a maximum point of efficiency for this wetland region under this mission, under these conditions. So that has to be identified, that which I have not taken in this study with the limited samples I have taken. So the second thing is the spatial feasibility of any collective action happening in the region. So to understand the spatial feasibility, I just mentioned the uniqueness of the study area. We can see that it is a drainage of 4 major rivers. Drainage of 4 major rivers in the sense that it has its own well-defined hydrological cycles. So in the previous days on the traditional farming system existed, there were these hydrological movements were clearly identified, and the total land area was divided as padashegarams. So any assortment, if we are if there is a big padashagaram and there are 10 or 12 fragmented farmlands within that, if you are going to bring that in a single piece, then we have to see if the hydrological variables are supporting such an assortment. So this I have done for entire Kuttanad. So for the 1,100 square kilometer, this assessment I have done using ArcGIS. It is a spatial geospatial package. It's a geospatial. You can call it a software. It's not only a software; it is an engine. So with that, I have assessed the hydrological pattern of the entire Kuttanad area for the feasibility of collective farming through an assorted model. So these are the measures used in this hydrological assessment, like fill, flow direction, and basin, which the details are given in my paper. You can go through. Now, this is the basis from where we are taking this hydrological assessment. This is called DEM data, Digital Elevation Model. This is given by NASA. We can have this data from NASA. You can see all these white patches are areas of high elevation, and all these black and ash colored regions are of low-lying area. So this is a data, a satellite image, which is having the data of elevation within itself given by NASA. So we took this data, and from this data, we have analyzed areas where there are common flow of water. Interestingly, we have got a result which is mostly aligning with the 1970s study done by the Dutch mission, when all these technologies were not in place. So 7 areas of common flow area we have identified in our study, you can see one is Kainakari, Kumarakam, Vaikam. That area will form a single piece which is comprising of 367.87 square kilometer. And another factor is that this entire area won't be feasible for farming, in which there are land which has been converted for other purposes over the past decades that I'm going to show you in the last slide. So we have assessed the net feasible area in the in this place using the land use classification done by Srija et al. And Google Earth 65 centimeter pan sharpened image. So from this we have identified only 147 kilometer is feasible in the first patch of land. In the second patch of land, which includes Velur, Thiruvarpur and Kainadi, there is 62.85 square kilometer. Only 35 square kilometer is feasible for collective farming, assortment of farming. Then in Kavalam, Vadapalli and Verapra, this 139 square kilometer area have a common flow direction, but only 71 square kilometer can be used for farming. In this manner, the 7 patches we have identified, and this is using the Astro GDEM by NASA. So this is the thing. Now we can see that only 40% of the total flow common area, uniform flow direction areas we can use for land for assortment, because the other areas is highly fragmented, or it is used for alternative purposes. So out of 914 square kilometers, only 382 square kilometer, that is 40%, can be used for a feasible collective farming. And another thing, if you are taking entire Kuttanad, this is only just 34% of entire Kuttanad is presently can be brought under effective collective action. That means almost 38,218 hectares. Now, this result we have just compared with the land use classification done by Srija et al. In IHR World Congress. So this was published, and we just compared our results with the Srija's et al.'s result, and it is interestingly giving these red patches you can see are areas that have got converted across 4 decades, starting from 1960s to 2014. So in 1973, these green patches shows the wetland distribution. In 2014, the green patch has come down, and the transition you can see in the red patches shown in the third map. Now, what is the implication that I am going to say? I have not much policy suggestions and all at this point, but 3 things I would like to say. Mechanization is the essence of collective action. I don't know how many people are going to agree with me. Some may be objecting, but this is the point that I would like to say is mechanization under collective ownership. Now, if you are going to the Kuttanad wetland systems, you can see machines are rented out from big landlords from Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So what can be a way out is bring machines to Kuttanad that is owned by the farmer collectives. Now almost 40% of the Kuttanad system is mechanized, but the machine feasibility is not utilized because of the fragmentation of land. It can be efficiently utilized only if the land is assorted on the basis of the hydrological prospects. Then the second thing, a solution is special record of land, GIS records. It is that your land now is holding a title in paper. So this can be avoided. Once the land, the varambu is avoided. Varambugalellam illada kazhinjal landuകൾ ഒരുമിച്ച് വന്നാൽ you won't be having a title deed to represent your piece of land. So that the satellite will do. You will have the reference point of geocoordinates which will be accurate. So that land records should be titled, when paper titles should be replaced with GIS records. Then the third suggestion is agricultural administration should be based on special prospects rather than the administrative concerns. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ കുട്ടനാട്ടിലൊക്കെ ഈ അഗ്രികൾച്ചറൽ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ താലൂക്ക്, വില്ലേജ് അങ്ങനെ ഉള്ള ബേസിലാണ്. ആ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷന് അല്ല അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ, വെറ്റ്ലാൻഡ് അഗ്രികൾച്ചറിന് വേണ്ടത്. വാട്ട് ഇറ്റ് നീഡ്സ് ഈസ് എ ഡിലിനേഷൻ ബേസ്ഡ് ഓൺ ദ സ്പേഷ്യൽ പ്രോസ്പെക്ട്സ്. ആ ഹൈഡ്രോളജിക്കൽ പ്രോസ്പെക്ട് നോക്കിയിട്ട് വേണം ലാൻഡ് ഡിലിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ തേർഡ് സജഷൻ ദാറ്റ് ഐ ആം ഗിവിംഗ്. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, Jikumol. He has used a production function framework to examine the relationship between farm size and operational efficiency, and also to explore the resource scope of land assortment in a region for facilitating full-fledged collective action. So, thank you for the wonderful paper. Before moving to the questions of the participants, I would like to know a little more about the data used by you for this study. And if possible, can you explain a little more about the policy implications of your study?
Okay.
And
okay, thanks for the question. So the data, I have taken 30 samples for all these variables which I have mentioned, from 30 samples in Kuttanad wetland systems. And the samples were taken such that it is having a perfect shape. You might see that the lands may not be having perfect shape everywhere. So this is a piece of land that is having a perfect shape. So such lands which are having perfect shapes were taken. This land which is not having a perfect shape won't be taken. So lands with fragmented lands with perfect shapes, such 30 samples were taken for all the variables and the study was made. Then policy suggestion, it is that simple. Administration ഒന്ന് മെക്കനൈസേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, മെക്കനൈസേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാവണമെങ്കിൽ ഒന്ന് ലാൻഡ് കണക്ടിവിറ്റി, ലാൻഡിന്റെ കണ്ടിന്യൂറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവണം. ഈ മുറിഞ്ഞ 40 സെന്റോ 50 സെന്റോ ഇരിക്കുന്നിടത്ത് മെഷീൻ ഓടിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് എ ഫ്ലോപ്പ്. സോ യു ഹാവ് ടു ഡിമോളിഷ് ഓൾ വരമ്പുകൾ. ഈ വരമ്പുകളെല്ലാം ഡിമോളിഷ് ചെയ്തു ലാർജ് പാർസൽ ഓഫ് ലാൻഡ് കൊണ്ടുവരണം. ലാർജ് പാർസൽ ഓഫ് ലാൻഡ് എങ്ങനെ കൊണ്ടുവരാമെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, ഇത് കണ്ടോ, ഈ വെള്ളം ഒരേപോലെ ഒഴുകിപ്പോകുന്ന ഏരിയാസ് ആണ് ഇവിടെ ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് സാറ്റലൈറ്റ് ഡേറ്റ വെച്ചിട്ട്. ആ വെള്ളം ഒരേപോലെ ഒഴുകിപ്പോകുന്ന ഏരിയാസ് കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് അവിടെ അതിനെ അസോർട്ട് ചെയ്യണം. അവിടെയുള്ള വരമ്പുകൾ ഒരുമിച്ച് മാറ്റിയതിന് ശേഷം അതൊരൊറ്റ ലാൻഡ് മാസ് ആക്കിയിട്ട് അവിടെ മെഷീൻ ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. അതാണ് ഒന്ന് എൻ്റെ പോളിസി സജഷൻ. രണ്ടാമത്തത് എന്താന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, ഈ സ്പേഷ്യൽ റെക്കോർഡ് ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. ഒന്ന്, വരമ്പുകളെല്ലാം എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എനിക്ക് ലാൻഡ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എൻ്റെ ലാൻഡ് എവിടെ കിടക്കുന്നെന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ പാടുപെടും. ടൈറ്റിൽ ഡീഡ് കൊണ്ട് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അതിനെന്ത് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ സാറ്റലൈറ്റിന് കൊടുക്കണം. സാറ്റലൈറ്റ് അത് റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്ത് ആ കറക്റ്റ് ഏരിയ ഏതാണ് ജിയോ കോർഡിനേറ്റ്സ് വെച്ചിട്ട് കറക്റ്റ് നമ്മുടെ ലാൻഡ് ഏരിയ ഏതാണെന്ന് നമുക്ക് റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്ത് തരും. ദാറ്റ് വിൽ ബി ഫോർ എവർ. ഭൂമിക്ക് സ്ഥാനമാറ്റം വരുന്നില്ല എങ്കിൽ. മൂന്നാമത്തത് എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷൻ. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പോൾ കൃഷിഭവൻ നോക്കിയാൽ ഒരു വില്ലേജിലായിരിക്കും കൃഷിഭവൻ വരുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു താലൂക്ക്, അങ്ങനെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എടുത്തു വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന ആ ഡിവിഷൻസ് ആണ് ഇപ്പോഴും കൃഷി വകുപ്പ് കൃഷി നടത്താൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടും ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്. അത് ശരിയായ നടപടിയല്ല. എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, കൃഷി നടത്തുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ലാൻഡിന്റെ കിടപ്പ് അനുസരിച്ച്, ലാൻഡിന്റെ പോസിബിലിറ്റീസ്, ഫീസിബിലിറ്റി അനുസരിച്ച് വേണം കൃഷിഭവനുകൾ നിശ്ചയിക്കാനായിട്ട്, അത് പാടശേഖരങ്ങൾ നിശ്ചയിക്കാൻ. താലൂക്കിലെ വില്ലേജുകളല്ല കൃഷി പാടശേഖരങ്ങൾ ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് based on the hydrology, based on the land prospects. That is what I'm see. This suggestion, it is not only my suggestion. FAO and the World Bank have already given this suggestion, and the UN is also into this. Obviously, when FAO is there, UN is there. So this is something in the offing, and that's why I gave this suggestion. Thank you.
So I have one small question. See, in the context of the present conference, Okay, so the collective ownership or collective responsibility, or we call it as, the collective management of resources. It is a need rather than it is made in Kutanad. That is what I understood, because the Padashagirams, they have to support each other. Then only they can do the agricultural activities, right?
Yeah.
So they are forced to come together, and only because they can stand together, they can do the activities, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if somebody, from your field experience, if somebody is not in a position to be the part of that group, how they manage it, whether there are any customs, any traditions, any mechanisms, any regulations, any bylaws are used in order to make that groups binding, so that these agricultural activities are conducted in a regular and a sustainable manner. So I'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah. 3 points I can say on that matter. The first thing is that up to 2018, there were no such mechanisms. If a person is deciding that I'm not going to do farming this year, I'm not going to be part of the group, then his land will lay barren. So that is the serious issue of fragmentation. So in 2018, government of Kerala has come up with an idea of Tarishu Nila Krishi. In that, if a person or a group is coming forward to take up a large mass of Padashagaram for cultivation, then they can go with that. No person can say that I won't be giving my land. So in 2018, that happened. And the third point is that the binding. So in my detailed study, I have another paper in which I have identified certain variables that brings this binding. One of which I can share with you is exogenous trust. It is the trust the farmers that keep on the authorities, the governments. It is a very relevant factor. If they are feeling that in our simple utility maximization framework, if we can see if the farmers are not feeling that the trust they keep upon the government is not gaining them any utility, then obviously they will not be part of a collective. So binding this, it is not by rules, even though there are rules. No rule has ever found to be applicable in the case of finding Ostrom et al. 2005. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Now participants can also ask questions or share your comments. Any question? Christabel, can we move to the next paper presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jikumon, for the wonderful presentation. Now let us move on to the second paper. The second paper will be presented by Lalija, who is a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Her paper is on collective responsibility and sustainable management of water resources. Over to you, Lalija.
Thank you, ma'am. A warm good afternoon to all. My topic is collective responsibility and sustainable management of water resources. Screen sharing. My topic is collective responsibility and sustainable management of water resources. Among the natural resources, water is treated as the elixir of life, and it is one of the most manageable natural resources which are able to divert, storage, transport, and recycle. These properties of water impart great utility for human beings as well as other forms of life on earth. Water is a scarce, precious natural resource that has to be planned, developed on environmentally sound basis while keeping which is considered as a gift of nature has now become a critical scarce natural resource due to the pressure of increasing population, urbanization, industrialization, etc. The United Nations General Assembly recognized safe water and sanitation as the basic human right in the year 2010. Everyone has the right to access safe, sufficient, acceptable, and affordable water. But millions of people in the world is not getting this basic right. According to the UNESCO report in 2015, clean and safe water is essential for the world that we live in. According to that report, by the year 2050, at least 1 in 4 people is likely to live in a country which is affected by the acute freshwater storage. Water directly influences our future. So we need to change the way we assess, manage, and use this precious resource. Improved water supply and sanitation and better water resource management can boost the economic growth of countries and contribute to poverty reduction. With the increase in population, coupled with urbanization, industrialization, and increase in living standards, the demand for water is continuously increasing in each decade. A sufficient, clean drinking water is essential to life. Still, millions of people throughout the world do not have the access to their basic necessities, even after decades of efforts by governments and organizations to bring potable water to the poorer people of the world. Here arises the importance or need for a proper water resource management. Then, water resource management. Water resource management is a very important issue from several angles, such as development of water bodies for future, protection of available water bodies from it is process of planning, developing, and managing water resources in terms of both water quantity and quality across all water users. It includes the institutions, infrastructure, incentives, and information systems that support and guide water management. A reliance on physical solution continues to dominate traditional planning approaches, but these solutions are facing increasing oppositions. At the same time, new methods are being developed to meet the demand of growing populations. More and more water suppliers and planning agencies are beginning to shift their focus and explore efficiency improvements, implement an option for managing demand, and reallocate water among users to reduce projected gaps and meet future needs. Water resource management and development has taken many different forms and directions since the dawn of civilization around the world. Humans have sought different ways of capturing, storing, and redirecting the fresh water resources in efforts to reduce the vulnerability to unpredictable rainfalls and irregular monsoons. Access to safe drinking water is the right of every person and it is a part of the right to life. With the rising population and increasing demand for water from all the sectors, there occurs scarcity and competition for water even in countries having abundant water sources. So, to overcome these problems, many regions of the world have started encouraging rainwater harvesting practices. When water resources are scarce, they must be conserved and its availability is augmented by the minimization of losses and the maximization of retention. For this, watershed management practices like the rehabilitation of existing water resources like ponds, tanks, dams, etc., construction of check dams, and the rainwater harvesting practices need to be promoted. Then water resource management as a collective action. A collective action is all about encouraging individuals to undertake cooperation, collective effort and responsibility and reciprocal assistance based on mutual interest and the expectation of mutual benefits. Naturally, it should promote a group or a community or a society to create a non-exploitative system to managing its own affairs and lead itself to a self-reliance. These principles can be applied at both micro and macro levels involving individuals, institutions, and society. Collective action is also necessary for the sustainable management of water resources, especially for agricultural development and change in quality of life, as many aspects of the development venture require coordination between neighbors and among members of communities. Then, about sustainable water resource management. Sustainable water resource management is the management of water resources by considering the needs of the present and future generation. It is the process of stimulating the management of land, water, and water related resources to maximize the economic and social welfare in an equitable way without affecting the sustainability of the ecosystem. Sustainable water resource management has its origin from the concept of sustainable development. The term sustainability appeared on Rio Declaration on Environment and Development, and the World Water Forum held on Morocco in the year 1997 has identified the importance of giving water awareness to the public as well as politicians. Though there are many water resource management methods, the present study focuses on rainwater harvesting as a sustainable water resource management practice. At the year 2000, World Water Forum held in Hague, rainwater management was added to the agenda after the presentation of case studies by different countries. At this forum, rainwater harvesting was included as a solution to environmental degradation and poverty. And also in the year 1999, the International Environmental Technology Center of United Nations Environment Program has featured rainwater harvesting as a sustainable drainage system in the International Symposium on Efficient Water Use in Urban Areas. The focus was given to the attainment of water security through the effective use of existing water resources to evade the problems associated with the supply of water. Then we move on to rainwater harvesting. It can be defined as a technique which is used for collecting and storing rainwater from the rooftops, land surfaces, rock catchments, etc. by using simple storage systems like tanks, ponds, or more intricate options like check dams, etc. It is an alternative source to the public which can be used for non-potable water uses in houses, institutions, gardens, etc. And it has been introduced as a part of an integrated water supply system where other water supplies are unreliable or other water sources dried up. Due to the ability of rainwater harvesting to act as a demand management as well as source control technique, it is considered as a sustainable water resource management measure. In the hydrological cycle, rain is the first form of water and hence it is considered as a primary and main source of water. Other water resources like rivers, lakes, groundwater, etc. are the secondary sources of water. Nowadays, we depend entirely on the secondary sources of water and neglect the primary source of water. And it is a forgotten fact that the rain is ultimate source of water which feeds all the secondary sources. Then rainwater harvesting refers to the collection and storage of rainwater for direct use or recharge into the groundwater. The purpose of rainwater harvesting is to make full use of rainwater at the places where it falls. It is more suitable where there is acute water shortage, water resource scarce or contaminated, terrain is. And then methods of rainwater harvesting. There are different types of methods. It can be classified into two types: rooftop rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharging technique. Groundwater recharging, though there are different types of rainwater harvesting methods, here focusing only on domestic rooftop rainwater harvesting as a sustainable source of drinking water. This is the image of the model of rooftop rainwater harvesting system of area, conveyance system, storage system, and the distribution system. In system, that is collection of rain that falls on the rooftop and cooking. Then in the case of Kerala, there are several initiatives of rainwater harvesting which was implemented in Kerala under the Government of Kerala and Kerala Water Authority. Those schemes are Varsha, Jalanidhi, Madapulima, etc. And Varsha in the phase, Varsha harvesting in the districts such as Trivandrum, Ernakulam, Malappuza, Kottayam, and Water Supply and Sanitation Agency. It was started in the year 2001. And other projects such as Madapulima, Jalasri, and there is also another project known as Madatavalam. These all projects are coordinated under the government of Kerala and the agencies of government of Kerala, and several non-governmental organizations are also take part in these projects. So that means these all projects are a collective action of government of Kerala, NGOs, local self-governments, and the community, and also the beneficiaries. Then let's look into the rationale of rainwater harvesting in Kerala, or why this much importance is given to rainwater harvesting in Kerala. We know Kerala has abundant water resources, blessed with two months. Acute water scarcity is common in many parts, happening in coming years also. The water resources in the Kerala are characterized by both abundance and scarcity. This calls for an efficient management of water as a scarce natural resource during the water plenty days and its judicious use during the dry periods. And this is where rainwater harvesting proves to be one of the efficient ways to conserve water. Let's look into the status of water resource in Kerala. Kerala has surface water resources, groundwater resource, and also rainfall, that is two monsoons. And there is also summer showers and for below them. Then in the case of improved source of drinking water, water source by the nature of its construction through the active involvement and is possible to protect it from pollution, mainly from fecal contamination. It includes protected wells and springs, rainwater collection, well or borewell, public tap, water in the dwelling place, and bottled water. In India, 88.5% of rural households have improved sources of drinking water, and in urban areas, it is 95.3%. But when coming to Kerala situation, in Kerala, only 29.5% of rural households have improved sources, drinking water source, and in urban areas, it is only 56. In terms of neighboring in terms of from the that is 60, that is third The relative performances of the water sources is measured by comparing the mean and standard values of the indices. Such scores are also taken into account. Such scores are row scores that are used to adjust the mean and standard deviation of the distribution from which the row scores origin. Standard values with a mean of 0 and standard deviation of 1. It represents the number of standard deviations above and below the mean that given a row score is. Then when considering availability and reliability index, availability means the capability or the extent to which water is available to meet the needs of the people. The level of availability of water may vary over time, and the supply of water from the source is dependent on the ability of the system fitted to extract water from the source. Ability of a system to perform consistently for the mission on demand without failure is known as the reliability of that system. The table shows the mean and standard values calculated, and the calculated values are converted into standardized values or result scores. In terms of availability of water during the dry and rainy seasons, the system shows the positive values. Piped water supply shows negative values. In terms of the availability of sufficient water, regularity in water supply and water quality, the performance of rainwater harvesting system indicates positive values. Other sources indicates negative values. Also, in the case of number of days water is supplied from the sources, rainwater harvesting system proves to be better than the other sources. Next index is household satisfaction index. The findings of relative performances of various sources as the main water source in several magnitudes of reliability, availability, and sufficiency are also merged together by the satisfaction assessments with the performance of these sources. The level of satisfaction of the households was rated on a 5-point scale. The results show that rainwater harvesting has been rated consistently higher than the other sources. The table shows the values that are converted into standardized values. All the satisfaction indicators of rainwater harvesting system show positive and highest values than the other sources of water. And coming into household cost of service index, all the values are calculated first, mean and standard deviation values are calculated, then it is converted into standardized values, that is, that scores. In the case of monthly water charges, rainwater harvesting shows a negative value because it is a free of charge. And also in the case of investment of households for the storage facilities, the system shows a negative value. The household's opinion on monthly charge and contribution of capital of rainwater harvesting system also shows the positive values. This indicates that it is affordable for them. Then when coming to operation and maintenance index, the interruptions in the water supply is much lower than other sources. In terms of water shortage, the system is showing a positive value of 0.98, while other sources are also showing values less than it. When taken to consider overall performance index, the scores of rainwater harvesting system of all the 4 indices are showing positive values. So the overall performance index is also positive. Then we can conclude that the overall performance of rainwater harvesting is higher than the other water sources of the study area, and a reliability analysis is done to check the consistency of the sources. Reliability means consistency. According to the reliability statistics, it shows that the coefficient of Cronbach alpha is higher than 0.70 for all the performance indices of rainwater harvesting system. The other sources show comparatively lower coefficients. This indicates the high reliability or consistency of rainwater harvesting system as a main source of water. In terms of availability, reliability, satisfaction, cost of services, operation and maintenance indices, rainwater harvesting as a main source of water shows higher scores when compared to other sources. And coming to conclusion, collective action to address crisis in natural resource management and rural livelihoods has received considerable attention from researchers and policymakers. The sustainable management of this resource is of vital importance to household livelihoods, the village economy, and the local environment. April, May, June, and July are before us, and everyone must take up some responsibility for water harvesting and water conservation. This is the most suitable time when rainwater harvesting can be done, and if we make preparations in advance, we can reap a rich harvest. So save rainwater, save environment, and save life. So thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Christabel ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you, Lalija, for the nice presentation. Due to some technical problem, I couldn't hear a major portion of your presentation. Since we are running short of time, let us move to the third presentation. And after the next presentation, if there is time, let us take the questions of participants. The next paper will be presented by Pradiksha, and her paper is an assessment of the collective action in VSS unit Oni Ecotourism project. Pradiksha, are you ready, Pradiksha?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Over to you, Pradiksha. Pradiksha, please start presenting your paper.
One minute.
ഫയലിന്റെ പേരെന്തായിരുന്നു? PPTയോ? വെറും ശരി ശരി അതാ ശരി.
Pradiksha, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am. Okay. Good afternoon, all. And respected Chair Shidama, and thank you, Mr. for giving me the opportunity. The topic is economic assessment and welfare for action this year. First of all, I introduce my topic. The economic prosperity and welfare are the best outcome of the economic prosperity, collective action, especially. It's not clear. So, the economic are the best outcome of especially these effective providability no answer. Only we can do the active participation or collective cooperation of both government. This unit is a constitution in local level, and also it's a part of poverty alleviation schemes in India. This context, because it's on the growth and sustainable development of the local or grassroots level of the society, providing different employment opportunity, mainly ecotourism related activities like plantation work, agricultural activities, construction work, various type of farming like animal husbandries or organic farming. It's like that. At the same time, it's a powerful tool for economic empowerment and environmental sustainability. So we can strongly say that VSS unit is the best example of a cooperative institution in local, and also it's promote economic prosperity and social welfare of the society. In history, the VSS unit or Vana Samrakshana Samiti is a territorial focused participatory forestry management unit under state forest development agencies, FDA, the base of National Forest Policy 1988. This paper is aimed to study the economic impact of active cooperation of VSS members in Koni ecotourism project, and also it ensure the participation of VSS members in growth and development along with the social welfare, especially in Koni region. So I have two objectives. First of all, to assess the economic cooperation and welfare role of VSS among the members. That means it's assess to how to make the economic cooperation, if any welfare role in VSS among the society. The second one, to understand the financial habits and the economic conditions of the members in VSS, to analyze the after they become the VSS unit, if they have any improvement in financial or economic conditions. The methods and data collections. To make the study more realistic and accurate, a questionnaire was prepared and administered among 40 workers in 3 VSS units, and the secondary data chosen from the related books, journals, documents, website like Koni Forest, Divisional Forest Office, KTDC, State Tourism Department, like that. The population of the study consists 3 VSS units in Thanithot Panchayat under Koni Ecotourism Project. The units are Elimulaplakal VSS unit and Avolikuri VSS unit and Thavalapara VSS unit, because these 3 VSS units are mainly consist of ecotourism related activities. And the systematic sampling method used because the homogeneous character of the data, and a simple percentage analysis method used for analyzing the data. For the convenience and to avoid the complexity of analysis, the collective data classified into 3 based on the characteristics of variable. First, for the employment opportunity, the base of number of working days and type of ecotourism activities and additional self-services from ecotourism. Second one, the total income. The salaries from the ecotourism activities and the day-to-day wages from the additional services of members in VSS. And third one is economic benefit and financial conditions of the VSS members, mainly infrastructure development, growth of asset accumulation, improving standard of life, financial and banking habits of the VSS members. According to the figure, The first is employment opportunity. 95% have a good result in employment and livelihood options or opportunities. The Multiplacal VSS unit have 35% good result in employment opportunity, and Tavalapara VSS unit have 32 point. 32 to 25% of employment opportunities are next. Second one, the total income. The majority of the members, 82.5%, they have income has increased to a great extent level, especially in Tavalapara VSS unit. 13% is total. Then if it's the 50.25% of members have building their houses, and the 32.5% of members are acquire their asset accumulation, and 10% of members are improving their standard of living. Next. The financial habits, like the majority of the respondents are maintaining a bank account. The banking habits like banking deposits, post office savings, microfinance savings like chit funds, local money savings. It's a great exposure from the financial habits of VSS members from the ecotourism activities. So already they're increasing their employment opportunity and number of working days leads to stabilizing the source of income. However, sometimes that income was not sufficient for their day-to-day consumption because of the demonstration effect in increasing market prices. So the majority of the members have found the private money lenders for their debt instead of banks, chit funds, and the major indebtedness for the building house, daughter's marriage, higher education, health, etc. The major welfare schemes previous. The major welfare scheme is the loan facility. Loan facilities and providing loan facilities, national schemes like SFHTs and other local money savings, and also promoted agriculture activities like vegetable cultivation and tapping, also providing seeds, manure, grow bags, agri equipments. That means it's promoting the sustainability in agriculture and fruit product and self-sufficiency in vegetable cultivations. And next, and to providing financial support to the education and the health sectors. I have three suggestions. First of all, improve the digitalized marketing practice, because the COVID-19 situations are greatly negatively affected the offline marketing practices. So the government should be provide more digitalized marketing practices facilities to the VSS members, and also provide alternative method for borrowing and reduce over dependency of private money lenders, and also to promote and encourage more women work participation. So I conclude that the collective participation of VSS unit to emerge the economic prosperity and social welfare. These type of cooperative participations to generating the permanent source of income and creating employment opportunity to the members in VSS unit. The major drawbacks are the asymmetrical financial habits and increasing market price leads the dependency of private money lenders, and the lack of women work participation and lack of digitalized marketing practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradiksha. Pradiksha was explaining the role of Vanasamrakshana Samiti, an ecotourism-based cooperative institution, increasing the well-being of the society through economic and social action plans. Thank you. Now it's time for discussion. participants can raise your questions or comments. We have 5 minutes for discussion. Before winding up the session, participants can ask questions. Is there any question?
No.
You can ask questions both to Lalija and Pradiksha. Both of them are ready for answering your queries. Lalija, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I couldn't hear a major portion of your presentation, and I understand that you have constructed some indices. Can you explain that a little more? I think we have 5 minutes time before winding up this session.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Ma'am, based on the
only the important
based on the
indices.
field survey. Yeah, indices, availability and reliability index regarding the availability of water from the main sources, and household satisfaction index, that is rating on the basis of 5-point scale on various aspects such as quality of water, speed of water, duration of water supply, and regularity in water supply, etc. Then household cost of service index, it is related to the cost incurred for the maintenance and construction of various water sources, that is main water sources. And then operation and maintenance index related to the operation maintenance of these water sources. And three main
whether you have used the same weights for all these indicators, whether you have used the same weight for all these indicators.
Ma'am, household satisfaction index use 5-point scale, and for availability and reliability, additional calculated. Yeah. Then it is converted into Z scores.
Any question from the part of participants? So, Christabel, shall we wind up this session?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Ms. Asia.
Before that, I would like to thank the paper presenters, Sri Jikumon, Dr. Lalija, and Pradiksha for presenting excellent papers. And I would like to thank the participants for cooperating with us. And I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Christabel for organizing such a wonderful international web conference. And congratulations to all research scholars, MPhil students and PG students of this department for assisting Christabel to and managing everything in such a wonderful way. Congratulations to all of you, and thanks to all the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we are moving to the end of this session. I invite Ms. Asia E, student, second MA Economics, University of Kerala, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of the Department of Economics, first of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Chair of this session, Dr. Sheeja SR, Professor, the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable presence and also for smoothing the session. Next, I would like to give a really heartfelt thanks to Mr. Jittu Kurian, Associate and Natural Resource Management Unit and United Nations Development Program in India. He gives us a lots of information regarding the topic and also about many aspects of ecosystem, natural resource management, etc. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable information. Next, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Lalija VK, Postdoctoral Fellow at Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for talking about the topic collective responsibility and sustainable management of water resources. She shared lots of information about the importance of various types of natural resources and also the sustainable management of water resources. It is really an informative session. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your interesting and informative experience. Next, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Ms. Pratiksha P., MPhil scholar, the Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for discussing about the assessment of collective action VNS unit in the Koni Eco Tourism Project. She discussed here the importance of cooperative institutions and how they ensure social welfare in the society. Thank you so much for giving a detailed information about this topic. I also express my gratitude to Ms. Srilakshmi Haridas, Second MA Economics, University of Kerala, for welcoming this speech. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all my dear friends for their valuable cooperation to make this session meaningful. Thank you. I also welcome Ms. Gomadi Sindhu, student, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for the technical section 7.
Gomati? Gomati?
Yes, ma'am.
Please start.
Ma'am, start it.
We can't hear you, Gomati.
Ma'am?
No, we can't hear you. Yes, yes, Gomati? Yes, now we can hear you. Yeah, continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. A warm good afternoon to one and all present here. It's indeed a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th technical session of the International Web Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experiences Around the World, organized by the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. The speaker of this session is Dr. Praveena Kodoth, Professor, Center for Development Studies, Thiruvananthapuram. She had done her PhD from Hyderabad Central University and postdoctoral fellowship from London School of Economics. She's an expert in gender studies. She has also worked as a journalist, and she's a very good writer and orator and a critical thinker and frontline academy in women's studies. She has published about 28 articles, and her current research area is international migration of women. She had done research extensively in areas such as higher education, matchmaking and dowry, caste reform, transformation of property, relations and family, microfinance, etc. With utmost pleasure and happiness, I, on behalf of the Department of Economics and all those who gathered here, welcome you, ma'am, to this session. Now I would like to formally invite Dr. Praveena Kodoth to take over the session. Thank you. Ma'am,
thank you, Gomati. Can you hear me?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, I need to share my screen.
I have made you co-host. Can you do it on your own, or I can do it?
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, it should have been 29th, right? I've got the date wrong on this. Sorry. Forgive me for that. Okay, so thank you, Christabel, for giving me this opportunity, for inviting me. And Gomati, thank you for that very kind introduction. I'm really happy to be able to speak to this audience and to present some work that I did actually quite a long time ago, a little more than 10 years ago. I did this field work in 2008-9. But the question I've asked here, I think, is still relevant. So therefore, I'm really quite happy to be presenting this work. Of course, the title, as you can see, is Civil Society Organizations, Local Government Politics, and the Mobilization of Women by Kudumbashree. What I'm really going to be focusing on is what I thought was a relatively unexplored, or a question that kind of lies hidden in the vast literature that now exists on Kudumbashree and microcredit, microfinance, but also this whole network issue, you know, the fact that we've mobilized so many women into the statewide network. And that question is that how was this government program, the Kudumbashree program, actually able to mobilize women into neighborhood groups, thrift and credit groups? Because fundamental, or the very basis of those groups, despite the fact that they have a lot of other functions, the basic activity that they take up is thrift and credit. And the experience generally has been that it requires a lot of what is called hand-holding, which is mentoring and monitoring, really, to make these groups sustainable. But Kudumbashree was able to do that with a very small bureaucracy at the state and district levels. As you know, the bureaucracy of Kudumbashree is extremely minimal. It doesn't really have very many people. And it was actually able to mobilize these women across the state with very few of those people that it has in the mission. So how really, and you know, it sort of, we assume that women came together because of certain other kinds of conditions in place. But we really haven't asked that question and tried to probe it. And that's what I'm going to be doing in this particular session. So, you know, Gomati, you know, these pictures are coming up on the side, and therefore I cannot see my PowerPoint clearly. I can't, how do I do this? So do I, you know.
Robina, should I do that screen sharing for you?
Yeah, could you do that, please? What would that mean?
Can you send to my email your PowerPoint so that I can share the screen?
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Just give me a few minutes then.
Okay, so send to me to my email.
Yeah. I've sent it, Christabel, can you?
Yes, yes, let me check. Yes, I received it.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Let me download it. Can you view?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Any companies there?
Yeah, it's clear. It's visible to me.
Okay.
But then you'll have to change. Can I operate it from the end?
No, I have to do it.
Okay. So anyway, I'll be following. Just go to this first slide.
Slide itself. Fine. Is it okay?
Okay. The next slide.
Right. This one, right?
Okay, so these are the these are the issues that I'm concerned with in this paper. What enabled Kudumbashree to mobilize women into a statewide network of thrift and credit groups across much of Kerala rapidly and in a seemingly organic and painless way in a short span of time? And this is something, it's just assumed that, you know, there were certain conditions in place, but we haven't really probed it, as I said. So Kudumbashree confronted the greatest challenges of mobilization of women on the socio-spatial margins. What do I mean by that? Regions where certain groups who are generally marginalized in our society reside, there Kudumbashree was not really very successful and still faces challenges in getting these groups, the neighborhood groups, to stay together. So among the scheduled tribes in the highland areas, the fishers in the coastal sector, and the urban poor in the slum, these were the most difficult terrains as far as mobilization went. So there were systematic exclusions of the scheduled castes as well, and some of the poorest households. When I was doing my field work, this was quite starkly apparent. I'm not very sure now whether they have really managed to cover ground, but I assume they have, because in fact the data that I've used in this paper is right up to 2020, and there has been ongoing mobilization over the years. So every year they've been continuously mobilizing. So when it was successful elsewhere, why did Kudumbashree confront difficulties in mobilizing among these clusters? So these are the questions I asked. Next. So, okay, so I've basically tried to tease out some of the assumptions in the existing work, which has prevented us from asking the questions that I raised in the last slide. So these assumptions are that some of the conditions for mobilization were already in place in Kerala. These were that women were already familiar with being mobilized, though not into thrift and credit groups, but mobilized otherwise, either through the literacy movement that actually brought a lot of women together, men and women, but more women than men, as volunteers, but also as learners. And then, of course, the People's Plan campaign that really focused on women, as well as a history of public action-led development. And if you're familiar with Robin Jeffries' work, the face of that whole mobilization for public action would be women. So women's propensity for thrift, willingness to submit to authority, and ability to conserve resources, which would make them ideal subjects of thrift and credit programs. This is generally there in the development literature, that women are these ideal subjects, because being managers of households, especially among the poor, that they have a propensity for thrift. Of course, acquired, but it's there. But being part of a patriarchal society, they learn to submit to authority, and they're also able to conserve resources. And this really makes them very ideal for these kind of programs. And then these are, as we know, stereotypes, and stereotypes are self-reinforcing, leading to the reproduction of these qualities through socialization. So these are the kind of assumptions that have operated, which have sort of prevented us from asking the question and really examining, were these really the reasons, or, you know, are there reasons to think that actually it was something else that enabled Kudumbashree to mobilize, and not really this. Okay, next. Okay. Now, here I'm kind of posing counter questions. I ask, arguably, women may require more than these experiences of mobilization and the qualities like that of, you know, propensity to thrift and being self-disciplined, etc., for sustainable thrift and credit activity. They must be able to function as, credibly as managers of, okay, I'm going to switch that off. As managers of savings and debt, not only their own, but also those of other members of groups. So two categories of skills could be crucial for sustainable thrift and credit group activity, without which groups could dissipate in the face of conflicts. Next. Okay, so I said there are two kinds of skills that they would plausibly need to really function sustainably in thrift and credit groups. Otherwise, those groups are likely to wither away or, break down in the face of conflict. So these skills are: one, a set of technical skills related to the management of savings and debt. This would include the laborious and meticulous skills of bookkeeping and accounting premised on some amount of structured learning. And anybody who's familiar with these self-help groups and the kind of ledgers that they keep will know what I'm talking about. Not everybody can really keep them. They're quite complex and they really need to learn how to fill them all in and to do so correctly. And I found during fieldwork that they were actually not, many of these groups were not filling these in. They would just keep very simple kind of accounts in notebooks. And sometimes before, and audits were just coming into being, before the audit, they would sit together and, somehow manage to fill these rather complex ledgers. So that's one kind of skill that really, that this kind of activity is premised on. Two, the less tangible competences associated with leadership, the ability to bring people together, to coordinate activity, and to take decisions in a mutually beneficial, transparent, and accountable way. And we're all familiar when we're dealing with one another's money, there's always suspicion, there's always a sense that, oh, but I'm not so sure what happened to this, and any little rumor can spark off conflict and things can break down. So obviously these groups needed to be able to work in a way that elicited trust with one another, especially among the leaders. And that trust was not really easy to have, and therefore it required leadership skills. Leadership skills are crucial because they serve to resolve function. Oh dear. Bell, this thing has come up again, which means, part of my PowerPoint is going. Okay, let me see if I can actually. The PowerPoint has gone. I don't know, there's something else. Okay, let me try. Oh, yes. Okay, that's fine. This is fine. Okay. Okay. In the course of functioning, trust is likely to be called into question constantly and would need to be renegotiated and reaffirmed. Next. So the energies that the neighborhood groups that Kudumbashree's groups, thrift and credit groups, are referred to as neighborhood groups and not as self-help groups. So the neighborhood groups were observed to be functioning well as thrift and credit societies as early as 2003. And this is from work that was done by Sunita Kadiala quite early. She says, in fact, she says this as criticism in a sense, because she says they're working well as thrift and credit groups, but the Kudumbashree groups were the whole program was initiated for community building purposes, and the other aspects were not doing quite as well. So with a minimal bureaucracy, learning was expected to coalesce organically through the coming together of resources available in the local context, in the local community. The early experiences of civil society organizations, and I'm talking about the NGOs that also promoted groups, that mentored groups, suggest that training and close mentoring was a prerequisite for the transfer of these required skills. How then did the energies achieve these skills such that they did not dissipate, despite the fact that they had only a very minimal bureaucracy? So next. Now, I have a certain hypothesis for this to answer this question, and that's what I'm going to place before you here. Okay, so NGOs, I am proposing that the neighborhood groups gained traction and reached bank linkage with relative ease, where the CSOs were active in mobilizing. Let me see if my video can work. Yeah, okay. So were active in mobilizing SAGs and failed to do so where there was little or no CSO, that is NGO activity. Kudumbashree benefited from drawing into its fold a critical mass of women who, as part of existing civil society organization affiliated groups, possess the skills and competences necessary for sustainable thrift and credit activity. This would also explain why Kudumbashree's Kudumbashree failed on the socio-spatial margins, where livelihood conflicts and resource scarcity complicated the task of mobilization, and stereotypes of women as ideal subjects of thrift and credit had much less traction. And I should add to this that in civil society activity was also much less actually on the socio-spatial margins. And now, to probe this hypothesis, I'm going to be using two sources of data. That's my own data, which I collected in the course of the fieldwork, but I'm also going to be looking at existing work, especially Sunita Kadiala's, the data she presents, and data from a report by Jacob John, I think, which was done for the Planning Commission in 2008. So Sunita Kadiala's work was published in 2004, so it was probably refers to 2003, and the other 2008 again. So I will also refer to these sources. So more than 4 lakh groups with a membership of more than 65 lakh women were there under, within thrift and credit groups, not just Kudumbashree, but including the civil society organization. And this is the data that I collected by, getting responses from as many civil society organizations that were engaged in the promotion of self-help groups, because the study that I did was done for NABARD, and they really wanted an estimate among other things. So this is from that data source. So you can see that this is a very large number of and if we were to actually look at the population and divide that into the number of households that existed, it would mean that there is almost saturation. And then if you discern that since this is a process of self-selection, and people who are well off, middle class and upper middle class particularly, would not be members as a member in a self-help group, you would see that it would be more than saturation. So obviously there were women who were members of more than one group, and this is something that I found, and this was the purpose of my study, that to kind of get a sense of how extensive was multiple membership, and there was quite extensive multiple membership. But that's aside from the point. Between 65 and 75 lakh households at that point. This was to a 2011 census that I've taken, I think. And Kudumbashree reported 1,80,000 groups. So that is very, very extensive in this 4 lakh. Of course, the 4 lakh included also other government department and government promoted groups. At that point, there was SGSY, which is now the National Rural Livelihoods Mission. And there were several other government departments also that promoted groups. But the NGO groups or the civil society groups were up to about 70,000 in this estimate. So saturation point had been reached, and efforts to promote new groups merely remobilized women who were already members in one or other group. This was the view of NABARD district officials who I spoke to, and I spoke to them in all districts. So next. Okay, so the Kudumbashree program was scaled up across the state in 1998. Its beginnings, of course, go back to 1992 in Alappuzha municipality and 1994 in Malappuram rural. Nearly 10% of the civil society organization affiliated self-help groups were formed prior to 1999, as against only 3% of groups affiliated to government agencies, including Kudumbashree. So you can see that when it started, at least in this was from my data, from my sample survey. So you could see that there were older civil society organization promoted groups than those of Kudumbashree. So they had started earlier, and there were more groups in the NGO sector than in the Kudumbashree. But, and in my sample, about 40% of CSO affiliated SHGs and 62% of government affiliated groups were formed between 1999 and 2003. So you can see how rapidly the government affiliated groups, which are mostly Kudumbashree groups, are formed in the early years after Kudumbashree was upscaled. That's in 1998. So I've looked at 1999 and 2003, whereas the civil society organization groups had a much more gradual formation process. And a gradual formation process also suggests that, they were being skilled with much greater care. So a comparison of mobilization of NHGs in 3 districts, Malappuram, Wayanad and Alappuzha, helps us to probe the hypothesis that I've taken up. And I chose these districts because of my own experience in the field, where I found that in Malappuram, there were virtually no Kudumbashree neighborhood groups that had actually reached bank linkage. And to reach bank linkage, you had to go through a process where you had to be graded by the bank, which means that you had actually developed certain skills, and it could happen only after about a year. So you had developed these skills, and the bank actually believed that you could maintain, you could take a loan and you would be able to repay that loan because you were adequately aware of savings and thrift activity, you were keeping your books the way they should be kept, etc. So that was an indication that you had these skills. But in Malappuram, I found that there were areas, in some areas there were no Kudumbashree groups at all, and particularly in the coastal areas. I actually went looking for them, but I couldn't find them. And when we tried to pick up groups for our own survey, we discovered we would pick them up and we would find that they either did not exist or they were not bank linked. They'd just come into being and they were not bank linked. So that was an issue. And then I also discovered that except in the 2 eastern highland taluks, that is Vandoor and Nilambur, there were no civil society organizations that were operating in Malappuram at that time. ISAF had just begun, and ISAF then was not a bank, it was still a self-help promotional institution, and it had just begun to promote groups, but I didn't really find any of those groups. So that's next. Okay, so here, this is a set of graphs that I have, which gives you the picture for Wayanad, Malappuram, Alappuzha, and all Kerala. This is with data from the Kudumbashree website, and I took it in 2020. And here, what I'm trying to show you is that in Wayanad and Alappuzha, you find that, in the early years between mobilization, these are, I should mention first, these are annual mobilizations. So it's not cumulative. So it's the number of groups that are actually mobilized from year to year. So you find that both in Alappuzha and Wayanad, the peak mobilizations occur very early on. In Alappuzha, it's 2002-3, and in Wayanad, it's 2001-2, that they have a spike in mobilization. And in Wayanad, again, you find that there is a second peak in 2012 and 13, but that second peak is actually on account of extensive mobilization of ST NHGs. So in the early phase in Wayanad, ST people were not really mobilized extensively, and that came up later. And if that ST mobilization is deducted, then the graph would be very close to what Alappuzha looks like in Wayanad. So you can see that mobilization actually occurred very early in Wayanad and in Alappuzha. Both, and I selected Alappuzha and Wayanad also because I found that these were 2 districts that had extensive civil society organization participation in the promotion of SHGs. And you can see that this pattern is also there. Whereas if you look at Malappuram, you see that the peak occurs much later. It comes in 2012, 2013, right? The spike actually comes there. And you can see that in the early years, up to 2003, 2001-2, there's very little of mobilization, and then it starts, and of course it's every year there is some amount of mobilization. And also work that was done by Jacob John, the report that I spoke about, when in 2008 says that he says that about 25% of registered energies that he found were dead. They didn't exist. And therefore there was, also withering away, but this data cannot tell you that. But all it can tell you is the fact that you continuously mobilize, because there still remains scope for mobilization, because groups are also withering away. But you can see that Wayanad and Alappuzha completely are really quite distinctly different from that of Malappuram. And I've also given you Kerala, which has two spikes reflecting the pattern that occurred, of course, across the state, but it also shows, that there would be other districts as well that may be closer to Malappuram. But I didn't find that there were any other districts that was quite like Malappuram in the sense of lacking CSO activity over such a large swathe of its territory, the coastal area and the Midlands. It's only in the Highlands where they had civil society activity. Next. Okay, so this is basically what I'm just speaking from those graphs. So you can go to the next slide, Christabel. Okay, the formation of energies was smooth. Rupikaranam Sukakaramayirunnu. This was the district district manager. What are they called? The DDM district, or DCM, is it? Kudumbashri Mission Coordinator, DMC, yeah. So the DMC of Wayanad, who I was speaking to at that point, and he said, because of the work done by the NGOs, of the civil society organizations. Now, Kudumbashri did not have to cut its teeth in mobilizing neighborhood groups because the NGOs had already done the difficult work for them. And this was a representative of one of the CSOs that was actually actively involved in promoting self-help groups in Wayanad. The DMC Malappuram admitted that mobilization lagged behind, and though there had been an intensive drive to make up for this, few energies had qualified for bank linkage. Now, he also said that when I asked him, what the problems was, he actually blamed it on the previous UDF government. It was an LDF government at that time, saying that, Islamic strictures against usury was one of the big problems. They had, Prajara and Kannada Theatre, they were preventing groups from being formed. Okay, next. So this is a table, again, where I have used my own data, but also some data. The asterisk is from Sunita Kadiala, where you can see, the number of groups that were mobilized in 2003 and then 2008. In Kudumbashri and also among the CSOs. And you can see here, the CSO data is from my survey, as is the December 2008 data from Kudumbashri. And you can see that Malappuram, there were very few groups that were mobilized by the civil society organizations. And this is because, as I've said, there was civil society mobilization only in the two Eastern Highland taluks. Whereas, if you look at Alappuzha, you find that, civil society mobilization was almost at the same pace as Kudumbashri. Though, of course, Kudumbashri was mobilizing over much larger areas than NGOs. NGOs specialize in smaller areas because there are many of them and they choose where they want to work. And again, in Wayanad too, you can see that there was a significant mobilization by, a civil society organization. This is in 2008, but if you look at 2003 for Kudumbashri, it's even fewer, right? The numbers are very few, really. Compared to if you look at the CSO December 2008 data. But yeah, that's not a good comparison. Now, if you look at membership in thrift and credit groups, Kudumbashri and CSO, again, you'll see the difference because, I put this there because the number of members in each group differs. But you can see again in Alappuzha that numbers in CSO groups are, fairly close to that of Kudumbashri, though Kudumbashri is really a statewide program. Whereas in Malappuram, you can see how small it is compared to Kudumbashree. Whereas Wayanad, again, despite the fact that Kudumbashree is, a state program, you can see that there is considerable mobilization by civil society organizations. So, and this is to give you a sense of the population of these districts, because Malappuram's population is much larger than that of Alappuzha and Wayanad is particularly small, right? And yet the number of groups mobilized in Wayanad by a civil society organization was significantly large, and whereas whereas in Malappuram the number of groups mobilized by Kudumbashree was relatively small. So that's why I've given you the population share. So next. Now in 2003, Malappuram had this is basically speaking from the last slide, but I'll just go over it. So in 2003, Malappuram had the lowest number of SHGs and membership in them, whereas Alappuzha had the largest number of SHGs and members in them. Wayanad had a substantial presence of NHGs in 2003 and 2008, whereas CSO promoted SHGs, as well as CSO promoted SHGs in 2008. Alappuzha and Wayanad were far ahead in CSO activity. And so that's a point that I did want to make. Kudumbashree Mission in Alappuzha and Wayanad may have benefited from CSO mobilization. And there's a clear possibility, even when you look at the data. In 2008, Malappuram had a large number of NHGs, but this must be seen in proportion to its population. The absence of SHGs in all but the Eastern Highland taluks, blocks of Malappuram may have may have affected sustainability and bank linkage in NHGs. So what I want to say here is, when you look at these numbers, you've also got to think in terms of, you don't have to have an entire group of NHG who are previously members of a CSO group. Even one or two members are enough to bring those skills in. So, even a smaller number of previously trained members by the civil society organizations who then migrate to the NHGs can actually affect the dynamic quite differently by bringing those skills in. Okay, next. Now, I want to pay attention to the pace of mobilization. And I already mentioned in a previous slide, showing that the pace of mobilization among the SHGs or the CSOs was much slower than that of the NHGs. So CSOs started small and expanded gradually, employing staff to mentor and monitor groups. And that's very clear in my field work, where they had a large number of people they called organizers, etc., who were in the field actually working with these groups. Whereas that was not the case with the NHGs. So some of these CSOs had been engaged in development work in their respective regions for decades and had extensive social capital. Rasta and Wayanad began with 3 groups in 1993, and it took 3 years for them to move to double digits and 5 years to get to triple digits. From then, they were able to expand swiftly. This is what the executive director told me. So in the beginning, it was a real struggle, getting these groups on the ground, but more so actually getting them to believe that this was something that was useful for them and it was really going to have any benefit for them. So that was something that groups had to be convinced of. And so the NGOs really did the hard work of demonstrating that. So GSGSK in Alappuzha started development work in 1958, but had to reach out to a respected school teacher to start the first groups in 1997. This was a school teacher who later went on to become a panchayat president, and she was really very popular. And so because they were unable to manage on their own, they reached out to her to start their first group. And they needed intense mentoring and monitoring to sustain their SHGs. They said the staff had to be constantly out on the field, but once the demonstration effect took off, it was much easier. Next slide. So once the tangible benefits of group activity became apparent, a demonstration effect set in. Now, the two particular learnings from this that I want to stress. It had been a struggle for the CSOs to generate trust among women, to form groups, to take up and continue thrift and credit activity, and to demonstrate that it is indeed beneficial for them. CSOs were able to transfer skills and generate trust through a strenuous process of mobilization. So it was not easy for them. Unlike CSOs, Kudumbashree could not pick and choose where to work or to scale at what scale to do so. They had to work across this state, CSOs actually were able to pick up, to start work in areas where they already had social capital, and yet it was difficult for them. So you have to bear that in mind. Next. Now, data on multiple membership supports the contention of spillover of skills from CSO groups and energies to CSO groups to energies. Nearly 80% of groups that in my survey had at least one member who had membership in at least one other group. About 70% of additional memberships reported were with Kudumbashree. Though more members of SHG groups had multiple membership, and they were a smaller number of these groups, the additional membership was mostly with Kudumbashree. So a quarter of the groups had overlapping affiliation. 14% from Kudumbashree had overlapping affiliation. And what do I mean by overlapping affiliation? An entire group is affiliated simultaneously to Kudumbashree and to an NHG and to an CSO civil society organization. So it's the same group, but it is actually affiliated to two self-help promotional institutions. So as against 40% from CSOs, but 70% of overlapping affiliation of NGO SHGs was with Kudumbashree. So you can see that there was so much of sharing of membership. So whatever skills were really already created in the NGO sector, on the CSO sector, were clearly being routed to the Kudumbashree groups as well. Next. Now, going to how this whole, having these skills really is also reflected in the profile of bank linkage is what I'm going to address now. The energies, bank linkage and skills. So where CSOs did not promote groups, energies promoted by Kudumbashree were either sparse, failed to engage in regular thrift and credit activity, dormant. I found that there were groups that were dormant, hadn't conducted meetings and savings and thrift activity for a long time, and or had not reached bank linkage. And here I'm going to be looking at bank linkage because the other things I did not really quantify. So I did not sort of take into account in a systematic way. Only 32% of total energies in Malappuram were bank linked, and only 36% had been graded. So you can see that in Malappuram, again, I'm going to be looking at Malappuram, Wayanad and Alappuzha. In Malappuram, out of what we saw in the earlier table in 2008, out of the number that had been formed, only 32% had been bank linked. And what is bank linkage? They had taken loans from the bank, at least one loan from the bank. That is what you mean by bank linked. And prior to bank linking, you have to be graded. So 36% had been graded, which means they were in a position to take a loan. A bank would actually give them a loan. Thus, over 60% had not reached the required level of capabilities or of competence to take a loan from the bank. It's difficult to locate bank linked. It was difficult to locate bank linked energies in the coastal panchayats in Malappuram. The CDS chairperson of a Tirur Panchayat said only 10% of NGO energies in the panchayat were bank linked. So that was very, very small. But 88% of graded energies, out of those who were graded, only a small proportion were graded, 36%, but of them, 88% had received bank loans. So you can see that when it came to the graded panchayats, they were able to, they had taken loans. But then you have to keep in mind, there were the two eastern highland taluks where there were NGOs working as well, right? And it's very likely that the bulk of these loans in that period, in 2008-9, had actually gone there. About 75% were bank linked in Alappuzha and Wayanad district. So that's a very large proportion of groups that were bank linked in the two districts that I've taken as for comparison. Next. This basically, I've already read out the insights from this. It basically shows you, in addition, it shows you that in 2008, in Alappuzha, the percentage of graded energies, I mentioned the ones that had taken loans, but percentage of graded energies that had taken loans in Alappuzha, 99%, and in Wayanad, 90%, as against 88% in Kudumbashree. So it was even higher. But here I also want you to look at the amount of loan, as a proportion of the total state, the loans that were given at the level of the state, the proportion of loans that went to Alappuzha and Wayanad in 2003 shows that it was disproportionately high, because given the population of Wayanad especially, nearly 20% of loans in 2003 went to Wayanad. And you can see that that's another indication of the high level of mobilization this was Kudumbashree groups, whereas it was very small in Malappuram, despite the fact that they had a very high share of the population. So next, Christopher. Oh, I'm sorry, I just go back. Is there something I missed out? No, okay, you can, I'm done with this. Okay, so now I want to move to the last segment of my presentation. And here what I'm going to be looking at is what were the strategies that Kudumbashree used to mobilize women. As I've said, there were already women who were mobilized into NGO or civil society organization affiliated groups. So what kind of strategies did Kudumbashree use to mobilize women, given the fact that mobilizing women who were not previously mobilized into groups could be quite difficult and strenuous? So how did Kudumbashree, given the situation where, you already had NGO groups, and I've already shown you data that suggests that, there were overlaps, that there was sharing of membership, etc. How did Kudumbashree actually get these women who had previously been mobilized into CSOs into their groups, and also get those who had not been previously mobilized? So the process of mobilization of women under Kudumbashree was neither harmonious nor painless, but the experience varied. So where local government was dominated by the CPIM, there was hostility towards civil society organizations, and there was an aggressive effort to draw women away from the SHGs into the NHGs. Kudumbashree took the position that women must renounce previous membership in SHGs before joining an NHG. This was legally untenable, but created confusion among women about the legality of the NGO SHGs. And in fact, they referred to it as Angigaram illa enna pracharanam. SHGs le ulla സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് അംഗീകാരമില്ല. And therefore, if you wanted to get state benefits, etc., you needed to shift to Kudumbashree. And that created a lot of fear among women. And there was a lot of confusion, which created a lot of distress. And women did migrate, sometimes leaving their CSO membership, sometimes not repaying their loans. So it created a lot of confusion and distress at the local level. Kudumbashree and membership in groups this was another element. In fact, Kudumbashree in Malappuram in particular, where they were quite bent on trying very hard to mobilize groups. It was a key resource person who said this to me. He said that, you have to see civil society organizations as distinct from caste associations. And Kudumbashree takes the view that it's all right to be members of caste associations, because caste associations are actually things that bind people in more organic ways through marriage, birth, rituals, death, and so on. And so we can't possibly, de-link people from them. But CSOs are different, and they have agendas. So Kudumbashree and the state program is really directed at stopping this kind of link in terms of membership. Next. Where the left parties did not have a stranglehold over the local bodies, or community-based political forces had a strong voice, NGO SHG members were accommodated in NHGs. So, it was basically the hostility was where the left political parties were dominant in local politics. Whereas in local politics, if it was other, political parties, like in Malappuram, it was the Muslim League, there this kind of difficulty did not exist. But, in Malappuram, there were other reasons also for why mobilization did not take off. And that was because there were not any CSOs that were working in this area. And part of the reason was that the Islamic strictures on usury, because in the Midlands and the coastal areas, the Muslims are predominant in the population. And the Eastern Highland Taluks, it's Christians who are dominant in the population. And Christians have a lot of CSOs that were engaged in promoting self-help groups. So Kudumbashree officials even acknowledged the contribution of CSOs in easing the mobilization process. This was particularly in Wayanad. A Kudumbashree DDM acknowledged the promotion of groups was eased by CSO activity and joked that they would be the ones to lose members if they sought to prevent women from participating in CSO groups. So he said, "Njangalayirikkum prashnathilaavu anganenganam parnale avunde തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഞങ്ങൾ അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യത്തില്ല." And there is a very easy and relationship of mutual benefit. So there were also other kinds of reaction. For instance, in part of Ernakulam and Alappuzha, there was resistance by women in a particular CSO. This was Bin Society, which paid great emphasis. It was a church-based society, and it was convent sisters who were running this organization, but they paid a particular attention to political empowerment. And they had been giving classes to their SHG members, and many of them had contested elections at the local level and even won. So their women stood up against the Kudumbashree's, intolerance at the local level. And they said, "We know how to get our entitlements. If you're going to tell us we will be deprived, we know how to get it." And they even dared the panchayat officials to pay off their loans if they wanted them to shift. They said, "We have loans here, you pay it off and then we will think about it." So next. In the coastal region, Kudumbashree faced its toughest challenge in mobilization and arrived at selective accommodation with civil society organizations, or at least did not try and weaken these civil society organizations, because they tried initially, but they realized that this was a completely different kettle of fish. And in the coastal areas, the conflict kind of overtakes everything else. And therefore, they really did not have the resources to put in for mentoring and monitoring the kind of effort that it takes to mobilize them. And therefore, here in the coastal area, CSOs where they existed were given free play. Irrespective of the political configuration at the local level, CSOs were active in promoting and nurturing groups in the coastal area. MACTRA was a CSO that worked in the coastal areas of Kozhikode. Its head said that groups were not denied welfare benefits, and knowing the difficulties of promotion, Kudumbashree did not interfere where MACTRA was active, and MACTRA didn't really go in where Kudumbashree was promoting either. But there were others like the Tiradesh Matsya Torilali Federation, I think it was called, where they were actually skilling and mentoring groups that Kudumbashree had promoted. So there was a accommodation, different kinds of accommodation that were reached. Next. MACTRA promoted 6 groups, and you can see the difficulty here in promotion at in the coastal areas. MACTRA promoted 6 groups in 2001 and trained them over 2 years. They had formed 84 women's SHGs at the end of 2008, of which less than half were bank-linked, and even fewer had started micro-enterprises. Now, in 2008, a new standardized bylaw came out for Kudumbashree, and which constituted membership in NHGs as a right. So they could, the Kudumbashree officials also told me that they could no longer use that old tactics. Previously, there were different bylaws for urban and rural areas, and panchayats were allowed to make changes in them. That's how the Kudumbashree had come up with this thing that if you're part of an NGO SHG, then you cannot join the NHG. You have to renounce that membership, and only then can you join the NHG. And if you don't join an NHG, you will not be entitled to welfare benefits. So next. So now this is the last slide, I think, where I'm just going to very quickly go over the kind of implications of the strategy that Kudumbashree adopted. Kudumbashree was not oriented towards mobilizing groups in areas where it was difficult to do so, which were also regions with a pronounced deficit of development. The scheduled tribe concentration areas, the coastal areas, where livelihood conflicts were very stark, but also among SC scheduled castes who were dispersed, and also in the urban slums. That was also an area where mobilization was found to be very difficult. So, and Kudumbashree did not put in extra effort there. So of course, in some of these areas, like in the urban slums, there were no NGOs also. So these areas were completely left out of this process. So it may not have been reasonable or even ethical to address these social groups in a one-size-fits-all mode. Kudumbashree needed to develop a set of tools that would be honed to their social and economic distinctness. In fact, this was recognized in the Attapadi Tribal Inclusion Project by the NRLM, which was initiated in 2014 under the NRLM in association with Kudumbashree, and acknowledged upfront the glaring failure of Kudumbashree to mobilize scheduled tribe women. So there were very few scheduled tribes in the Attapadi tribal area who were members of Kudumbashree at that time, and those who had been mobilized at some point had withered away. So in recognition of this, the central government program came in, and they started mobilizing with a very different model, in which this compulsion to save every week was sort of reduced. They could save when they had earnings, but at other times they didn't have to. But more than one woman could be a member of the group, etc. Next. Yeah, I'm through. So thank you. You can ask me questions if you have any.
Now the floor is open for discussion. So if you want to ask directly to Praveena, you can ask. You can unmute yourself and ask to Professor Praveena. Otherwise, you can type your questions in the chat box so that she can respond to you. Anybody is there?
Nobody has anything to ask. Who all are there? I can't even see the people. So I didn't manage to provoke your curiosity.
So then I'll ask some questions.
Okay.
So that let them follow me. Right. So one of the issues I've seen when I was doing the field work, especially for my PhD work, at the first stage, Kudumbashree was very strict with that 9 risk factors, including only the poor people into while they form the groups. Then slowly they diluted that criterion, and naturally not that so poor women started joining, and that is the reason why Kudumbashree could mobilize this much huge number of women in Kerala. That is what I felt when I went to different fields throughout the state of Kerala. So, but in some regions, as you said, especially in the coastal regions, that was not that much popular because of maybe some different situations which are happening over there. But in some areas like Magad and other places where I visited, Kudumbashree was not so strong. But at the same time, other private institutions like ISAF and some other, whether at that time private microfinance institutions, they were just catching the people by giving some money upfront. It is not, they did not give any savings, nothing like that. They just give 10,000 rupees to build a toilet, something like that. So people started moving behind them. Okay, so that also was happening simultaneously in the fund. And in later periods, by 1917, 18, men also started joining, and men groups are also formed. Yet another feature, we can see that they started having groups for old people. They started having groups for transgenders. So naturally, the mobilization strategy has been changing over the years. Earlier, it was, when we started our work, it was only considered as, Kudumbashree was only considered as a poverty alleviation program. So the poor should be, or must be targeted, and they must be given all that poverty alleviation mechanisms and other things to them only. But later, the mobilization strategies changed. And as you said, a lot of religious organizations, community organizations, and even the OBC department, Malsiafat, everybody was there to start new groups. And the same people, they take multiple memberships. We had a paper yesterday by Jyoti on multiple memberships, and that actually weakened the whole idea of this mobilizing women at the grassroots level. Okay, so that mobilization strategy followed by CSO, especially we had been together in Wayanad when we visited Rasta and other groups, the NGOs. They had some other kind of bigger kinds of community organizations called credit unions. In 1999, 2000, they had credit unions which tried to mobilize huge number of people under one cluster, 150 people or 700 people, something like that. But later, the microfinance started coming up. That kind of organizations got broken up, and new small SHGs brought up, especially in Trivandrum Service Society and some that kind of institutions. What they did, they broke the bigger groups into smaller groups, and they started availing facilities from the banks, which were given to SHGs and other things. So a lot of changes have been taking place in the strategies of mobilization, not only with Kudumbashree, but also with the different CSOs, which are simultaneously working in the social milieu of economy. So I feel that a lot of dynamics are going on or taking place in the state of Kerala. So we can't generalize some of the things. It's because on particular thing that is happening over there. So what is your take on that multiplicity of groups, and that actually weakened the mobilization strategies of Kudumbashree, or are they consciously changing in order to improve the mobilization of women in the state and so on? Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm actually not really focusing on how mobilization strategies have changed over a period of time, as much as trying to understand how Kudumbashree mobilized into a statewide network, which was already apparent by 2008. By 2008, you had a Kudumbashree network that was statewide, except in some of the marginalized areas. So that was really, and that was a very swift kind of thing, which is difficult to understand. And it's actually, we've assumed that it was because women are accustomed to being mobilized in Kerala. So that is why I brought in this whole CSO picture and said that, they had been mobilizing. There were women with those crucial or critical skills, which then entered into Kudumbashree and allowed Kudumbashree to mobilize and sustain themselves. Now, as far as, I'll just respond to a couple of questions that you asked, points that you made, for which I have some observations. One is that of ISAF. And ISAF was very much there in the field in some areas when I was working. So I do want to say that, there are two kinds of models here of thrift and credit. And one is the Grameen Bank model, where you don't really need these skills. You don't need either the skills of leadership, nor do you need the competences of bookkeeping and savings and credit, because ISAF, the CSO, takes over all of that. So you're just reduced to a beneficiary and a client. And though you're put into a group, you're directly given a loan, and the CSO ensures that you repay. They will coerce you, they will do whatever. They will bring their organizer who takes all the savings. So you don't need these skills. And therefore, if Kudumbashree wanted to sort of subsist or be parasitic on an ISAF group, it would not have worked for Kudumbashree at all. Kudumbashree could only be parasitic on a CSO group where those skills had been passed on, because Kudumbashree needed those skills, because that was the kind of organization that Kudumbashree was building. So that in a sense helps me to clarify the position that I'm taking. And therefore, but what I found was that the bulk of the CSOs that worked in Kerala at that point in 2008 were not following the Grameen Bank model. ISAF was one of the main ones that was, and ISAF was really seen as one of these very coercive and exploitative organizations. That's one thing. The other thing is that even at that point in 2008, there were efforts by men to organize. There were some farmers groups that NABARD had floated, which was men, but men's groups were not extensive. And, I asked in the field also as to why men, in fact, I asked this in a different context. I asked it about lending per se. In fact, I asked the money lenders, why they didn't focus on men, because the informal money lenders also focus on the women, the ones that come to their households and lend. And this was very active in Malappuram on the coast, where every day was sort of apportioned to a particular money lender, and those annans were referred to as Tingal, Chova, Budan, Vyaram. So Tingal had one annan, Chova had another annan, and they would have these yellow cards in which they give small loans, but they're highly exploitative. They will come, give you a loan, and every week they come and take back with very high rates of interest. But when women were heavily dependent on that, and Kudumbashree was not there. So you didn't have access to bank loans at lower interest rates that could come through Kudumbashree, but you were highly dependent on the informal traders over there. So but yeah, so men's group, yeah. And in fact, one of the things that, when I asked this question of self-help promotional institutions, where do you think you can mobilize now that we've already mobilized so much? A lot of them said older people, transgenders, sex workers. They came up with all these ideas, because obviously the mainstream kind of mobilization, which of course not the tribal areas, and tribal areas were really bereft of mobilization, in my understanding, were not there. Then, and they did mention tribal areas also, but the challenges were very high. And see, CSOs can only work, and ISAF is an extreme case, but CSOs have to make good the work they do. So, they cannot sustain in a leaking pipe situation like Kudumbashree can. So you have to make sure that you succeed. Right? Only then will people be able to join you. So they had to be very careful. And that also worked in ensuring that they worked in such a way that they were successful in mobilizing, and women were able to come in, were able to gain in terms of livelihood, and so that they could continue. The point that you make about credit societies, in fact, it was in a little earlier period that Rasta, I wasn't familiar. Yeah, Rasta also started with credit societies, but 1993, what they told me was that they started shifting to the promotion of SHGs, and then they joined the NABARD program, and they were one of those that had promoted quite extensively, but they had a very bad experience because they grew too swiftly at one point, and they were not able to keep control. And this was not to do with Kudumbashree, because Kudumbashree in Wayanad was not really able to undermine them. In fact, it was GSGSK in Alappuzha that was being undermined by Kudumbashree because of a very antagonistic kind of relationship, but they strengthened themselves. And like Win Society, like Working Women's Association, I think WWA in Wayanad, they strengthened themselves. They said, we took this as an opportunity to see what should we do. This is a turning point. So some of them started deepening the whole thing, giving better skills, looking for different opportunities rather than expanding mobilization. GSGSK started innovating in terms of these different kinds of groups that you didn't have. You could have micro enterprise clusters, etc. They started doing those kind of things. The credit societies actually were dominant among the Christian diocese organizations, and they were actually also big CSO participants in the NABARD program. So when NABARD started this program, the social service organizations of the diocese, they basically opened up and started accepting as members people from other communities, when earlier they were basically church-based members who were part of their credit societies, because NABARD's rule required that a certain proportion, I think about 60% had to be, or you had to be diverse. You could not be from a single community. In fact, the NSS had this problem that they couldn't get loans because they were all Nayars, right? So they were trying very hard to get loans, subsidized loans, but at that point it was difficult. So yeah, I don't have a view really on whether breaking up of the credit societies into microfinance groups was inimical or anything. I mean, I don't really have a view on that. I haven't really focused on it, so I can't answer that. But multiple membership, in my study, I found that multiple membership did not have a disastrous effect. In fact, NABARD thought that it would have a disastrous effect, and that's why they wanted a study on multiple membership. And that was the focus of my study. And there was a reason for that, which was very interesting. The reason was, and this I could see from the data that they gave me, but also my interactions with the women, was that, these were groups that are mobilized at the local level. So everybody knows everybody else's situation. So women in each group know whether you have a loan from another group. And therefore, they were able to prevent what is called double dipping in the literature. So double dipping was a very small proportion in the literature, in my sample survey, and therefore it was not really having an effect.
So there are two questions in the chat box. Sharon, are you there? Sharon, will you ask directly to Praveena, or shall I read it out?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. You can read it out, ma'am.
No, you ask, so that.
Okay. Ma'am, you had mentioned that in Malappuram region, there were some religious barriers for the women to join the SHGs, right? So I would like to know what are the other barriers that may hinder women from entering SHGs? And also you mentioned that in the coastal regions, there were a few number of SHGs. What would be the reason for that, ma'am?
Can you repeat the second question?
In the coastal regions, you had mentioned that the number of SHGs are very little. So
okay.
What would be the reason for that?
Okay. So in Malappuram, the strictures, Islamic strictures against usury, this is not my finding, but this is something that the Kudumbashree official actually stressed when he said that he tried to say that the reason they were not able to make headway in mobilizing women under Kudumbashree is because of these Islamic strictures against usury, against borrowing or lending at an interest, right? So Islam does not accept that, and that's a fact. But it's also a fact that when, in the absence of women being able to get access to formal credit, the same Muslim women, despite these strictures, are dependent on high interest-based loans from informal credit sources. And that was apparent during my fieldwork. In the coastal area, I found that I actually went to speak to a group that had been mobilized by Matsya Fed. And all the members had a simultaneous loan from money lenders that they were taking at interest rates. So, this is, it's more of a political gambit, I think. And it can work both ways. It can work in terms of preventing mobilization, but it can also work to overcome the strictures. Because if you're going to see this as something that is going to enable you to improve your lives and show that anyway you are otherwise being exploited by money lenders, I don't see why that would affect this, because it's not as if these strictures prevent people from having relationships with banks or anything of that sort otherwise. The question of what is the problem in the coastal areas, as far as this is something I did investigate, not only in the coastal areas, but also in the highlands among the tribal communities. The problem is basically, see, just think about it like that. Your livelihoods are very uncertain. In the coastal areas, they are seasonal. They're tremendously stressed because you do not have a regular, consistent kind of income. When you have an income, you may be able to save, but when you don't, you cannot. Microfinance groups require to save steadily, right? So when you can't save steadily, when you can't repay your loans steadily, then the group dynamic itself gets disturbed, because people start accusing one another, they start getting suspicious, and conflicts can very easily destroy these groups. So it requires a lot more of effort and a lot more of external assistance, like the kind that NGOs specialized in the coastal sector, and these were NGOs of the coastal sector. They were sometimes church-based, sometimes, groups that had come together to support people's livelihoods in the coastal sector, like MACTRA was, or the Desha Matsyato Federation, I forget the real name, in Kozhikode. They basically try to enhance livelihoods, to give awareness, to enable women to take forward loans, use it in a meaningful way and be able to repay. So this is a very slow process, and a program like Kudumbashree, which does not have that kind of mentoring at the ground level, because in Kudumbashree all the mentoring occurs from within the group. It is the local community that has to mentor, right? There's no outside skilled worker who is paid like they are in the NGO sector, who is there to work. And therefore those conflicts arising largely from poverty, from the fact that you don't have assured livelihoods, tend to break up the groups. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, one more question is there in the chat box. Shall I read it out, or Elizabeth, would you like to ask?
I can't.
Sorry, Elizabeth? Or I can read it out. Ma'am, myself, Elizabeth. My question is that, can you explain the role of Kudumbashree in waste management? Because it is very relevant in the present situation.
If you just want me to pontificate, I can pontificate, because it's a general question. Yes, not just Kudumbashree, but I think local communities, I think we have a big role in waste management. We don't have to push everything on poor Kudumbashree's head. Kudumbashree has enough to do anyway. And well, at some point, Kudumbashree was it was a micro enterprise that they had, but it fell apart in Trivandrum. I know that, because of the problems that we had with the large waste processing unit. And now we've come a long way. We've kind of developed small scale waste processing, etc. It's not just Kudumbashree. I think we have to start thinking, even in our governmental circles and as people also, we've started thinking of Kudumbashree as the solution to everything. Kudumbashree is not the solution to every problem we have. We are the solution. We have to look after our waste.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for being with us for a very long time. There is an official vote of thanks. Devi is there. Devi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you please take care of that.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Professor Dr. Praveena Kodu, other dignitaries, teachers, and my dear asked to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Praveena Kodu, Professor, Center for Development Studies, Trivandrum, for the enriching session. The presentation clearly explained why Kudumbashree failed on the socio-spatial margins, where livelihood, conflicts, and resource scarcity complicated the task of mobilization of women. It also gave us the insights on the skills that are crucial for the sustainable thrift and credit group activity. The way she explained the mobilization of groups by Kudumbashree and the pace of mobilization among the different districts is exemplary. I'm sure that all the participants are inspired by your highly informative and valuable presentation. Once again, a big thank you to you, ma'am. Next, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all those who have actively participated and raised their questions and queries in the session. I would also like to convey my thanks to Ms. Gomadi Sindhu, student, 2nd MA Economics, Department of Economics, for the welcome address. I would also like to place a hearty thanks to Dr. Christabel PJ, the organizing secretary, and all the volunteers because of whom we made this session possible. So with this, here we are at the end of the successful second day of the 3-day International Web Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experiences from Around the World. I request each of you to please join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the remaining session. So thank you all for being with us. It has been a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Devi. Thank you, Praveena, for joining us.
You're welcome.
We will have more sessions in the future on different areas which you are working in. So
yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to exit this.
I'll leave the meeting. Okay. No, I'll end the meeting.
No. Oh, it's over, right, Ben?
Yeah, brother. Yeah, it's over. This is the last session for today. So we are leaving. So we will meet tomorrow and at 10 o'clock. So please join by 10 o'clock. Thank you, Praveena. So